Good evening. I would like to call the December 13th, 2011 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with a roll call?
Yes. Mayor Coombs?
Here.
Council members Bagley?
Here.
Finley?
Here.
Levison?
Here.
Samori?
Present.
Santos?
Here.
Witt?
Here.
Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I guess I'd like our Boy Scout troop to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance tonight. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anyone wishing to speak at the first call of public invited to be heard will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at the first public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their names on the list will have an opportunity to speak during the public invited to the public hearing items this evening or the final call public invited to be heard on any of the items at the end of the meeting. Next, we'll have the minutes from the November 29th, 2011 meeting.
Mayor, I would like to move the minutes of November 29th regular session as written. Second.
Let's vote. It passes unanimously. Councilmember Levison.
Yes, Mayor and Council. I notice, as everyone else has, that we've got a special report that has to do with Vance Brand Airport, and we also have something on general business from the skydive information and information follow-up from Citizens for Quiet Skies. I think it might be reasonable to just combine those two items. Do you think that would be possible, City Manager?
Mayor and Council, if you chose to combine them, we should move everything to the latter item on the agenda as opposed to moving all of it to the front, I believe, because the special presentation would be made prior to public invited to be heard, and you wouldn't want to have that item all discussed. So if you chose to do that, you'd take the special presentation item and move it back to your general business.
Or could we perhaps do public invited to be heard before special reports and presentations and then put the two together that way?
If the council chose that would be appropriate.
So I will move that we rearrange the agenda to do public invited to be heard prior to special reports and presentation, and move general business item 11A to be taken up following 6A special report on from the FAA.
Councilmember Witt.
I'm imagining that we're going to have a fairly lengthy public invited to be heard, which means that we're going to keep our guests for at least 2 hours. Is that what we want to do?
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. You know what? I don't know if we got 2 hours out there. I'm willing to, for efficiency of connecting things that normally would seem like they'd be grouped together. I just would like to group like items together. Maybe that goes back to kindergarten, preschool days, but like to see if we can't bang out one general issue in one period of time. And also any questions. The FAA gentlemen may not want to wait until general business for any questions that might come up from that other presentation. So I'm also thinking of our guests.
Second.
Okay, I guess we have a motion. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. It passes with Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Witt dissenting.
Mayor, as far as agenda revisions, you do have before you 2 items, a council communication from Ava and Joni that will be taken up with item number 9A, and there's small revisions in that communication from the one that was in your packet. And then a email submitted from Sean McCoy that will be appropriate to be taken up under item 11C. And those are all the additions or revisions.
Okay. All right, thank you. So are you saying we should? Okay. Okay, so first call on the list of the public invited to be heard is Steve Donallen. Please state your name and address, please. You got to turn your mic on.
Howdy, Steve Donallen, 2437 Terranian Drive, Longmont. Mayor, City Council members. Personally, I believe you would be derelict of your duties if you voted for fracking in lands that are owned by Longmont, where we also own the mining rights. You are entrusted to protect the general welfare of the citizens of Longmont. Do so. Fracking is only 6 years old, with way too many health and environmental red flags. 5, 10, or 15 years from now, new technology may be in place to consider drilling. Now is not the time to even consider fracking. Our oil and gas will stay in the ground. It's not going anywhere. Fracking in Colorado will eventually deplete supplies, causing royalties to rise. Or, down the road, fracking may be found to be so dangerous that it will be completely banned. Again, why rush to take the chance now? Next, and most importantly, we should immediately impose a moratorium so that we can guarantee new city ordinances will be in effect when any frackers make their filings with the city. Presently, we have no so-called fracking guidelines. This is not tipping our hand. We are not in a card game. This is taking vital steps to protect ourselves. Oil and gas companies will always have the option to file with Weld County or Longmont. If we push them to Weld County, we will at least have our own laws in place versus having no fracking laws whatsoever. Let's act now so we won't be sorry later. A 6-month moratorium so we can have fracking ordinances? Yes. Fracking in Longmont? Hell no.
Thank you. Next up, Michael Farnsworth, followed by Ingram Moore.
My name is Michael Farnsworth, 25 College Court, Longmont. Wish to speak about the airport, if I may. Several years ago, I was learning to fly out of Longmont Airport, and several times the instructor and I were unable to gas the plane up fully and take off with our runway and using a small Piper aircraft. We ended up having to either cut our flight short or to land somewhere else to gas up. I would strongly recommend that you put in the proposal that the runway should be lengthened. It does not need to be reinforced for the class of aircraft that we're using. It would just be a lengthening so that a longer takeoff roll on a warm day, not necessarily a hot day, will give adequate lift to take off with a full loaded gas and not have to cut the flight short. Also, in the same vein, the people who are objecting to the skydivers, if I've got my numbers correctly, there's approximately 85,000 people in Longmont. There was 488 complaints in 2010 about the noise, of which 332 of those complaints were by 3 people. Left 156 complaints by other people, which undoubtedly were, at least in a lot of cases, at least 1 or 2 calls. So approximately no more than 159 people complained, and probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 100. If you take that, that is somewhere in the neighborhood of 0.2 to 0.1% of the total population taking the effort to complain. Thank you.
Ingrid Moore, followed by Kimberly Gibbs.
Hello, Mayor, Council. This is not an excuse, but I haven't had time to fully prepare, so I apologize in advance. I'm here to speak about the noise generated by Mile High skydiving. The gentleman before me gave you a lot of facts and statistics, but one thing I wanted to say was whether he's right about the 1% or the 2%. I'm not one of a small group of people making a lot of noise. In fact, we're not the ones making the noise. I guarantee you, for every person you hear call in and complain and come to the council, and as he said, make the effort to complain, there have to be at least 100 who don't say anything. I've been generating inquiries in my neighborhood. I live in a development with over 100 people, and everyone has registered that it's making them very, very uncomfortable, and they acknowledge they aren't even able to spend time outside. It's speaking to our quality of life, and we're very concerned about our property values. The neighborhoods to the south of us, the neighborhoods to the west of us, I guarantee you it's more people than he mentioned, and his statistics were old. So I'm here to ask for your help and ask for you to partner with us. The city of Longmont owns an airport, and with that comes responsibility, but you have responsibility not only to the FAA and businesses, but you have responsibility to us and to help us maintain our quality of life here. The FAA has authority, but the FAA does not have the authority to usurp our rights as citizens to a decent lifestyle, a decent quality of life. And so we would love for you to partner with us to help to find solutions to this instead of just assuming there's nothing you can do. Just a few of us working nights and weekends in our spare time have been able to find multiple examples of case law where cities have been able to reach resolution on this type of issue. It can be done. And we're just asking you to have the will to help your citizens do this. If we can find win-win solutions with you, if you could just put some of the city's resources toward finding these, we could all come away getting something of what we wanted. We're not going to go away. So, you might as well take the positive route and partner with us. And thank you for listening.
Could you please state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Ingrid Moore. I live at 925 Little Leaf Court in Longmont.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly Gibbs, followed by Jeff Collins. Please state your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kim Gibbs, and I live at 7468 Mount Sherman Road in Gun Barrel. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Citizens for Quiet Skies, and I'm eager to hear the presentations tonight from city staff and the FAA. I have read the staff communications regarding agenda items 6A and 11A. And as you already know, I have responded in detail to the 11A memo. For the record, I would like to clarify a couple of points so that all of us here tonight have the same understanding. The Citizens for Quiet Skies has asked you, as the airport proprietor, to conduct a review of the Mile High skydiving operation based solely on the noise impact to the surrounding community, not based on provisions in the lease. Our group has not stated any concerns about the safety of the Mile High operation, not to you, not to the FAA, not to anyone. We are not asking the city to regulate air traffic or to invade the province of the FAA. We recognize that the FAA controls the navigable airspace as well as the domain of aircraft safety and efficiency. We are not asking you to ban skydiving. We are asking you to establish reasonable rules and regulations aimed at reducing the noise impact to the community. The courts have supported this authority because it is the airport proprietor, not the FAA, who is liable for noise-related damages to surrounding properties. Please, I urge you to stop asking the FAA for permission to do what you already have the authority and responsibility to do. The 6A memo summarizes earlier proposals to restrict Mile High, including, number 3, requiring Mile High to use different aircraft. You cannot tell Mile High what aircraft to use. That's a no-brainer. But you can restrict or ban aircraft based on noise emissions. You can regulate or cap the number of operations. You can restrict Mile High's permission to use the airport for a parachute drop zone. You can limit Mile High's hours of operation. To understand the city's authority to regulate aircraft noise, we must necessarily delve into the complex realm of judicial case law. Going forward, we'll be looking closely at specific cases, many of which are summarized on airportnoiselaw.org. Let's move quickly past the discussion of what you can't do and start talking about what you can do to address the noise problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jeff Collins, followed by Ray Bovet.
Jeff Collins, 3159 Nelson Road. I'd like to pose a question to you, Mr. Mayor, and the City Council, but first let me tell you a short story. It's not a true story, but it's a story. Your neighbour buys a large motorbike, and on a Saturday morning in the summer at 8 a.m., he starts his motorbike outside his house, right next to your house. But he doesn't go anywhere. Over a 2-minute period, he slowly raises the revolutions of his engine to a level where you can hear his motorbike everywhere in your house. He keeps that level of noise constant for a minute. If you go outside, the noise is actually painful. Even if you open a window, the noise is painful. And after that minute, he gradually reduces the noise down to a level you can't even hear it. He keeps it quiet for 5 minutes, and then he does it again. Up for 2 minutes, along for a minute, down for 2 minutes, quiet for 5 minutes. He repeats this cycle every 10 minutes from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. on that Saturday. That's 78 times. And he repeats it on Sunday, another 78 times. And now my question to you, and it's a multiple choice question. Do you do nothing? Do you assess that the average noise level over the weekend is hardly influenced by your neighbour because he doesn't make any noise at night and the maximum noise is only for 1 minute in 10? Or do you do nothing because your neighbour's having fun and you shouldn't really let it irritate you? Or do you do nothing because most of the people in Longmont can't hear it and only 0.2% of the population actually protest, so really you shouldn't protest either? Or do you ask your neighbour to stop? Now, I suggest that well before Saturday morning is over, you've asked your neighbour to stop. And of course the other question is, what do you do if he doesn't stop? I suspect you call the police. And Mr. Mayor, I'm sure they will respond to your call. Well, in our case, it's not a motorbike, it's an aeroplane. And the noise is no different. It comes from an engine, and it's just as irritating. We've asked the police, we've asked the Airport Advisory Board, we've asked the city's airport manager, we've even asked the previous city council to take action. And they all said They couldn't or they wouldn't. Well, Mr. Mayor, we know you can take action, and we expect you to respond just the way you would expect the police to respond to the motorbike in my story. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Bovette, followed by Creighton Stewart.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Ray Beauvais, just for the record,
Yeah.
but you made a good try.
Thank
I live at 5735 Prospect Road in rural Boulder County. I'm not a Longmont citizen, but I contribute to the Longmont economy. I work in the city of Longmont. I shop in the city of Longmont. Our kids have gone to school in the city of Longmont. All these activities tie us very closely to the city of Longmont, and we're here tonight, at least I am, asking the city of Longmont to do something to help protect our quality of life, namely do something about the mile-high skydiving and the noise problem. I noticed in the Longmont Times Call there was an article on Sunday which specifically referenced a study that was done, I don't think it says in July of 2010, found that the plane's noise ranged from 47 all the way up to 76 decibels, depending on position. And for comparison, a normal conversation like we're having tonight is 60 decibels. You need to bear in mind that the decibel scale is logarithmic, so an increase of 3 decibels is a doubling of the sound. 76 is 4 times as loud as a vacuum cleaner. Higher than, in fact, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 4 times as loud as a vacuum cleaner. It's very loud. We have that noise all the time on the weekends. It would be and during the week, frequently as well. With the information that Kim Gibbs provided, that there are in fact precedents for cities who own airports to regulate the noise that's generated by airport activities, including the skydiving, I think it makes a tremendous amount of sense to ask the council please to look into this and to take serious action. This is affecting the quality of life of the whole region and reducing the desirability of Longmont. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Creighton Stewart, followed by James Kinworthy. Please state your name and address, please.
Creighton Stewart, 10775 North 65th Street, Longmont. It's been said if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. So I'll try to be nice. We asked the city to review skydiving noise impact. Tonight's agenda, item 11A, a written follow-up to clarify and make corrections in the interest of framing the discussion, comes across as a message to wrap this thing up and kill the messenger in the process. Quiet Skies presented insight it felt related to the problem. Those insights appear to have been pigeonholed as noise, pardon the pun. DeLand Airport, a city referenced comparison, is apparently not really relevant. Hush kits are not applicable. Noise data has been collected, implying been there, done that, no further need to pursue. The lease brought forward is not active and therefore is not a justified reference for action. Then the follow-up goes on to call out FAA compliance document, Chapter 14, Safety and Efficiency, as some kind of coverage of the issue. Yet the problem is noise, which is addressed in Chapter 13 and not even mentioned. The follow-up claims Quiet Skies made reference to a violation of FAA regulations. No such accusation has been made. Yet the follow-up provides an FAA response letter that doesn't come close to dealing with the actual independent complaint received by the FAA. Then there's we're going to continue to work with Mile High and the FAA. If there's interest in framing the discussion, look at Sunday's Time Call front page. It does a good job of framing the discussion. Nice, neatly highlighted paragraphs as to why we can't do anything. The fix is somewhere in those paragraphs. It's within that article that the discussion should be framed, not within Quiet Skies crossed T's and dotted I's. Do we need to be accurate and on point? Yes. We all need to be accurate and on point. Mile High currently operates with an agreement with the FAA. A new agreement should be developed that includes the city of Longmont and Boulder County. The development of a solution should include participation by the public that's being impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. James Kenworthy, followed by Steve Jennings.
James Kenworthy, 107 Caribou Place, Longmont, Colorado, 80504. I just gave you my address, and I don't feel intimidated. And I'd like to tell you why. I'm doing my part, no matter how insignificant it might be, to address this issue. I'm not planning on hiding behind Planning and Zoning Commission or any other bureaucracy. There are two schools out by the County Line Road. One's an elementary school, one's a middle school. Each school has a drilling rig close by. One or both of those drilling rigs are leaking benzene. And I wonder if you know what benzene is or what it does. I should ask you to Google it and find out for yourself, but I'm going to tell you what I know. It affects the blood system. It affects the nervous system. It affects the body's ability to resist disease, and it's a known cancer-causing ingredient. So I wondered, I'm not going to ask you if you can do anything about it, because I know what you're going to tell me. Do you care? Do you care about that? Kindergarten children are out there being exposed to that cancer-causing element. Those little bodies are more sensitive than ours. So, we've heard a lot of talk already about you saying you can't do anything. And I don't accept that. And a lot of other people are not going to accept that either. I watched that segment about the last 30 minutes when our mayor brought forth the moratorium issue. That was a disgusting display of dithering and twiddling. I heard a lot of evasive remarks. And you just keep telling us that you're useless, and pretty soon everybody will get the idea. You need to address this issue. You need to find out what's going on. I think I'm done.
Steve Jennings.
Mayor, City Council, Steve Jennings, 2006 Hollyhock Court in Longmont. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My concern is the mile-high skydiving noise. I've lived in Longmont for 8 years, and I've been quite pleased with the environment. In the last 3 years, I'm 2 miles south of the airport, and it is every bit what they say as far as the decibel level and the noise and what I consider a quality of life issue, and I am concerned with that. Just for the record, I have been in aviation my entire life. I grew up with airplanes. I was an airport brat at age 3. Hopefully the brat's gone, but the airport has not left me. I've run aerial survey companies, 6 twin-engine Comanches, ran an aerial survey company down here in Arvada. So I'm well familiar with the aviation environment. Love the planes, love to see them come and go. Mile High doesn't come and go. They get up and they stay constantly. And it really is the disruption every morning, and it is year-round. I want to make that point also. They flew again today. And it is that consistent drone of the plane and the quality of life that concerns me. It's not the airport. It's not the airport extension, the runway extension. It's not some of the planes that are even noisier. But I do think it is a quality of life issue, and it kind of came to roost with me when my neighbor lost a home sale that she said was because the potential buyers were walking around going, why do I keep hearing that plane? And the real estate agent divulged that there was skydive operations. And they said, well, let's look somewhere else. One instance, just a minor data point, but I do want to lend, at least as a citizen, my emphasis to what I think is a growing quality of life problem impacting my family and my neighbors. I have 38 neighbors. Only one has said, I don't hear that. The rest all seem concerned. I don't know that they've necessarily jumped on the Quiet Skies piece, but thank you very much for listening, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Stu Tolley, followed by Eric Hicks. Let's see. Heczko. You'll have to help me with that. Or is this Stu or Stan? Stan. Excuse me, Stan Tolley.
Yeah,
Stan.
my name's Stan Toll. I been basically living at this time with friends in the Longmont area. The reason I'm here is I've been trying to appeal a case in the municipal court. And the problem I have is that I've had a severe financial reversal, and you're supposed to have a right to appeal even when you are destitute. And the problem is that I can't get any answers from either the city attorney or the judge on how I'm supposed to appeal when I'm basically destitute. I filed the paperwork indicating, my financial statements and stuff like that. And I've tried to follow a procedure that was basically stated in a Colorado State Supreme Court rulings that basically tells a person that you can follow this procedure if basically you don't have the funds to pay for a full transcript. And basically it was simply writing what the issues were and submitting it to the court, and then if the city attorney objects, he can object to and then it can corrected, and the issues can be sent up to the upper court for an appeal. But it appears that there hasn't been any cooperation, and there seems to be an attempt to actually block me from being able to do an appeal, and nobody is bothering when I've been asking. I can't get any information about how, when a person is basically destitute, how they can possibly do an appeal from the municipal court. And I've been able to do appeals in other courts under the same circumstances, but I'm basically being roadblocked on that, and I'm coming here because I haven't been able to get any answers anywhere else. Thanks.
Thank you. Eric, you'll tell me how to pronounce your last name.
Is this thing still hot?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Eric Hetzko, 9749 Schlegel. And I'll be up front, I'm a pilot. I live 1 mile from the airport. And there's 3 good reasons why I bought the house where I did. One was 2 miles to work, mile to the airport, about 4 miles to a golf course. As far as the noise goes from mile high, I don't really hear it. Maybe I just imagine it. It's just sort of just a background. I hear more noise, and which concerns me more is the school buses, the garbage trucks running up and down Schlegel all the time. Most of the time, the school buses are also exceeding the speed limits. But anyway, thank you very much, and I do support the airport.
Thank you. Dito Shepard, followed by Shelley Bassman, followed by Joseph Bassman.
Duder Skipper, 403 Collier Street, Longmont, Colorado. I'm speaking here as a private citizen, also on the Airport Advisory Board. I came to Longmont because this is a great place to live. It's a great place to live for a multitude of reasons, but the main reason for us is I don't play golf, I don't have kids. The main reason for us is that it has a great airport, and that airport is a huge asset to the town, and it drove the sale. I mean, we looked all over the area, and buying here, we picked out a real estate agent that was a pilot. We wanted to make sure that there was a good aviation scene here in Longmont. So that's why we came. I mean, other people come for other reasons. That's fine. So one of the things I wanted to say here is that I'm very concerned that we seem to be picking on a particular use of the airport, namely skydiving and the perceived annoyance that it seems to provoke in people. And my concern is just that, like, I'm an airport user and I fly little planes, and I'm just thinking, we'll make the skydivers go away. And then I'm sure they say, well, we don't want it to go away. We just want it to be quiet. But it's still kind of one of those things. When you start nibbling on one end, I'm just thinking it's going to be the death by 1,000 cuts. We cut them a little bit here, cut them a little bit there. Skydiving, the problem is gone. Who's going to be next? There's helicopters, there's ultralights, there's biplanes, there's experimental planes. And I just think it's a really bad idea that we're going to start nibbling on what's happening at the airport. I think the airport is a great thing. I think the airport needs to be promoted more and needs to come up to the same level as all the other things that we have here in Longmont. Longmont has grown in the last 10, 15 years, and the airport has been lagging behind. And I look forward to the airport catching up to all the wonderful things that Longmont has. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Bassman, followed by Joseph Bassman.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Shelley Bassman. I live in Longmont at 3414 Lakeview Circle. I speak tonight to the urgent need for a major overhaul and update of Longmont's oil and gas code. Longmont's code was last updated 11, almost 12 years ago in 2000, about 6 years before the fracking technique became ubiquitous nationwide. Our mostly obsolete code does not address, either adequately or at all, water quality issues, air quality issues, road maintenance and repair issues. It does not require the modern closed-loop system for fluids instead of open pits. It does not specify storage tanks that are up to the Petroleum Institute approved storage tanks for fluids. Those are double contained and have a leveling something. They're not just what anybody decides to put in. They're specified and recommended. The CU Law School has a web page for the Environmental Law Center that compares gas regulations in several of Colorado cities and counties, including Louisville, Lafayette, Pitkin County, La Plata County, that's Durango, and Weld County, among others. It's very important, and if it's all right, I'll send you all a link, the address. Cool. I've also been looking at synopsises and reports of new and updated codes elsewhere across the country, in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and in some towns and cities in Texas. Texas has vast experience with oil and gas drilling, so it was informative. I found that in Santa Fe, there is a 1,000-foot setback for groundwater recharge areas for perennial, seasonal, or ephemeral watercourses, including creeks, streams, ditches, wetlands, lakes. For them, as defined by the Army Corps of Engineers, Longmont could use as defined by the Union Natural Resource Habitat Assessment and Update of this year. Santa Fe requires 200 feet setback from a city trail or open space, requires a 250 setback from city parks, trails, and recreation areas. Union Reservoir is designated, let me go to municipal water resources. Pennsylvania State Legislature is looking at changing their regs. Between the House and the Senate, they're trying to decide between a 1,000-foot setback or 2,500-foot setback from public water supplies. Union Reservoir is slated to be a municipal water supply reservoir for Longmont. I'm quite sure we could protect it more adequately than, I think it's just 350 feet in our current code. Thanks, y'all. I'm gonna write this up and send it to you.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to mail from Shelley.
Joseph Bassman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Council members, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, thank you for the courage last Tuesday to publicly discuss a proposed 6-month moratorium on gas and oil well drilling in the city of Longmont. Your discussion was informative. If there was a common voice from Council, it was that you need to receive staff's research report and hold your meeting on December 20th. You wish to become educated about the issues involved with gas and oil drilling. After that meeting, most of you want to have the authority to establish appropriate rules and regulations to protect the health of our citizens and the assets of our community. I heard the city attorney and city manager explain that our current regulations are fairly old and not as up to date as they could be. If we receive an application for a permit, staff would review the application using and applying the regulations that exist now, that after the application is submitted, it would be arbitrary to change the ordinances that apply to it, and that council could give specific directions to staff for a moratorium. At the specified time, staff would stop receiving or processing applications regarding oil and gas drilling in Longmont. The top corporation is standing at our door to drill in our community, and it is aware that our position is weak if we don't take immediate action. At an advisory board meeting in October, the corporation's executive presented its plan and was questioned by the board. The board: why now? Can you address why now do you want to do this drilling? The executive: well, I guess that's a difficult question. To make money? Board: and you've decided that now is the opportune time for you economically? Executive: we think now that before the city expands any further, we might, before regulations become more stringent. We prefer to do it right now, this being a window of opportunity at this point. I hope I've been open enough. You have. Council members, the community needs the guidance of your education and deliberations. Communicate your decisions in the form of meaningful and well-considered ordinances and code updates. You have an opportunity this evening to temporarily close the door to new applications. Give yourself time to enact ordinances that are appropriately more stringent than what is currently in place. Direct the city staff to implement a moratorium beginning today to stop accepting applications for gas and oil facility permits at least until June 30th, 2012. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Lou McManaman, followed by Jeannie Skoll.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here. I'm here to talk about a notice that I received. There's a request to change of use from an existing residence formerly used for commercial use without approval as a landscape contracting business to a medical marijuana dispensary, and this is located at 19 South Sunset. It is a Boulder County property, so I realize that it's kind of out of our jurisdiction, but I also know that they have contacted the city of Longmont, and I'm just here to ask that, you know, our greenway there, this property is 2 acres that is bordered on the south by our greenway as it crosses Sunset. It is directly across the street from Isaac Walton Pond, where we have the Chick Clark fishing program. There's wonderful family stuff going on, and I just feel that our city has banned medical marijuana dispensaries, and while this is a county property, and I have at times heard the city asking for use of spending money that came from the lottery and what could we do with it, and I'm just here to ask if you could consider working with Boulder County or maybe even trying to annex it or purchase it or in some way blocking that use. I feel that it's on the main thoroughfare between Longmont High School and Twin Peaks Charter Academy, as well as on to CDC, so there's a lot of student going back and forth there on Sunset. And I don't think it's an appropriate use, and I think it would be sad to have it land in the middle of our beautiful greenway. And so if there's anything that you can do to block that from happening, I am just here to ask that those of us in our neighborhood who like it the way it is and who don't want to have people not want their kids to go down that portion of the greenway because of some element that may be there. I am not against medical marijuana use. I am very much against the way it's currently dispensed. I think it doesn't belong in a little house on the edge of our greenway. So if there's anything you can do to help that, I would ask you to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie Skoll, followed by Sue McGannon.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. My name is Jeannie Scholl. I live at 6274 Trevorton Drive, Longmont. I've lived in Boulder County for 36 years. I have 3 brief points I would like or ask you to consider this evening. The first is, if Mile High has to operate within the designated flight box that the FAA requires them to do because of air traffic in and out of DIA, which means they circle over and over and over and over the same airspace, it seems logical, sensible, and appropriate that they incorporate or utilize either quiet technology, modify that flight box, work with the FAA to modify that flight box, and or fly different planes, or move their operations to an airport that does not have these FAA operational restrictions. Included in your packet this evening is a letter from the FAA to me, dated October 18th. For reasons that I outlined in a letter I emailed to you on Friday evening, I respectfully request that that the record reflect I have never alleged that Mile High put the public at undue risk. I have never alleged any safety issues concerning Mile High operations, and request that the letter be retracted and removed from public record. And again, as I've written to you in August, noise pollution and how it affects the quality of life are real and scientifically documented issues. I think that the current voluntary noise abatement procedures that Longmont Vance Brand Airport operates under are a great attempt to mitigate noise in general. The real issue is education and compliance. Please consider additional programs and efforts to increase compliance, when safety permits, of the voluntary noise abatement procedures to improve the quality of life to your neighbors in this town. Please take the steps to mitigate the noise created by Mile High skydiving operations, negatively impacting the quality of life for many residents of Boulder County. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan McGannon, followed by Erica Churgeon.
Mayor Coombs, City Council. My name is Susan McGannon. I live at 7345 Park Lane Road at the intersection of Gun Barrel Road and Park Lane and Gun Barrel Estates. And my backyard is on the open space that borders the Highway 52. I'm a 22-year resident of Gun Barrel Estates, and prior to that was 10-year resident of Longmont. Some of you know me socially outside of the chambers and know that I'm a retired St. Vereen teacher, and I'm very sensitive to noise. I spend a considerable amount of time in my backyard, as well as my husband, because we are both retired. The 3 biggest noises that really affect me and the quality of my life is, number 1, the trains. Nothing you can do about them, but when I bought the house, I knew they were there. They go 24/7, all night, all day, 7 days a week, holidays included. The next most really irritating thing in Gun Barrel Estates, truthfully, from my vision, is the noise traffic on Highway 119. When it comes to noise from afar, above, it's the hot air balloons, really. I have never been impacted by Mile High skydiving whatsoever. I have no connection to Mile High. I've never jumped out of an airplane. I have no intention of ever jumping out of an airplane, but I do support them because really, truthfully, as much time as I spend in my backyard and in my garden, I've never even heard them. And I just wanted to let you know that I know there's some people in my neighborhood that are affected by it, but I'm not one of them, and I'm not really deaf because with being a retired teacher, one thing I really am sensitive to is noise. And so I just wanted to let you know it's not everybody in Gun Barrel Estates that has an issue with it, and I just wanted to let you know I'm one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Erica Churgeon, followed by, see, looks like G. Gunno. G, basically. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Erica Churgan, and I live at 6274 Trevorton Drive in Longmont. Please do something to mitigate the noise from mile-high skydiving that I hear not only from my own backyard, but from several areas in Boulder County, even when hiking in open space. In council packet, you mentioned other skydiving operations in the U.S. I'm curious, and I hope you are as well, if any of these other operations are required to fit into the box that the FAA has required of Mile High, and if so, how these operations dealt with the issue of noise in a confined space of operation. Thank you for making the effort to deal with public concerns about noise pollution. It is indeed a very real issue that affects many people, compromising a quality of life that so many of us cherish. Thank you.
Thank you. G, you can pronounce your last name for us, please. And please give your address too.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is G. Gunawardana, and I live at 5650 Steeplechase Drive, which is about 6 miles southwest of Longmont. I've been living there for 10 years, and I work in Longmont. I travel a lot, and I consider planes and airports as part of our lives, and I don't have anything against the airport or the diving plane per se. However, I have to make a distinction between the situation created by the skydiving plane. The other planes, how noisy they may be, do not stay overhead more than a few seconds, whereas this one hangs overhead from dusk to dawn, day in, day out, and does not go anywhere. Since they do not violate any laws, and there aren't many options to resolve the issue available to us at that point, I would like to make the following suggestion. The affected area must be designated as a noise polluted area, and this information must be made available to the potential buyers of property during real estate transactions so that they have a choice. For example, if I knew about this situation, I would have considered other options for residency. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Juan Luis Macios.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Juan Luis Macias. I live at 362 Wadsworth Circle in Longmont. I was born in Mexico and naturalized as a U.S. citizen in 2007. I have lived in Longmont for 5 years. I have been employed as a foreman and project manager by Chris Porsuchek and Raindance Landscaping for 9 years since 2003. We do landscape for construction work all over the Front Range from Denver to Fort Collins. We are bringing income to Longmont from other cities, installing custom designing landscapes. I believe the city of Longmont call these primary jobs, and there is an emphasis to retain them and the Longmont Comprehensive Plan. Our offices are at 12624 Well County Road 1, which is only a couple hundred feet from where the city plans to do a consolidated well path for oil and gas fracking. If the current proposal is approved, I understand why residents will want to move their family and business for health and safety reasons. In the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan, it says the city's partnership with the people who live in the Longmont is the most important of other cities' partnerships. It does not say business partnership is the most important. Remember that, because if Raindance is moved to another location, myself, my family, and several other employees of Raindance and their families will move out of Longmont. We live, shop, work, and play here in Longmont. What are the costs of losing productive citizens over the course of decades? active citizens are more important than just dollars. We help support other business with income. We feel housing here. We are raising our children to go to here. I'm drinking water and we are breathing the air here. I have 3 children. 2 are old enough to go to San Brian School in Longmont. They will need to go to new schools, meet new friends, start all over if the city puts the gas wells on Union Reservoir. What are the costs of losing future generations providing service for the city of Longmont? I'm here to tell you that if Longmont approves oil and gas drilling and fracking in Longmont, there are more side effects than just the 9 families that live next to the Union Reservoir. Rain dance has helped me and my family work an American dream of raising my family in a safe community. Here in Longmont, my family loves to visit rain dance and family property. We get to
Thank
play.
you, Juan. I think your 3 minutes are up. I appreciate you talking.
Thank you.
Chris Porzuchek.
My name is Chris Porzuchek.
Porzuchek.
I live at 12624 Weld County Road 1 here in Longmont. I've done some research and compiled what I think we need over there for the residents over here. So I've got a 4-page letter to City Council. I submitted it to Brian Schumacher yesterday about what I think we need over there at Union Reservoir. And I backed it up with about 200 pages of what I found on top and what they're doing next to Trail Ridge Middle School, as well as a few other documents that show some of the hazards of putting this 350 feet from our house, 50 feet from our property lines. But the biggest thing that I found was it took 2.5 years for TOP, and I don't even know if it's completely done. I don't know if I believe the research that I've done, but I've got 200-page report here that shows neglect by TOP, by the COGCC of this well, the Ryder well, number 1, right next to Trail Ridge Middle School. They neglected it for 2.5 years of correspondence. Oh, miscommunication here. Oh, sorry, we missed this. Oh, this wasn't sufficient enough. All this correspondence going back and forth. It took the COGCC 8 months to respond to several lawyer letters from the surface owner, Ingle Homes. 8 months, they didn't even bother doing anything, didn't bother submitting a remediation report, didn't bother sending anybody over there. They left 10-foot holes in the ground, benzene leaking for 2.5 years right next to the school. Kids play there. Kids are rolling around there. I know when I was a kid, we went and played in the open fields right next to the schools, right? Yeah, that's what's going on. It's kind of sickening when I read through everything here. So hopefully you guys can do something, because I made some recommendations in here on how we can, hold these guys accountable. And if you are, you have to have this here for whatever reason. You have to let these people in. Some of the things that need to be addressed: property values, transportation, insurance. If they're going to be allowing this to go for 2.5 years, don't you think they should be given some bonds to rectify? Because I sure don't trust them. Disclosure, emergency response, setbacks. 50 feet from my property or from the Siemens property, my kid can play 50 feet from this fracking process. Are you kidding me? 50 feet? That's how far this proposal is from Siemens property. So if my kid plays over there and something happens, what happens to him? We need some air, soil, and water monitoring. There's a lot of money to be made from here, so I think we need to get out there and be a little proactive about what's being done and monitoring this. Oversight's a joke. I'll show it here. There's 200 pages. Please read. Tracing, bad actor. Why would we want to let somebody in here that's willing to not follow up? Thank you. I'd like to submit this on record.
All right. Do you have copies for all of us?
I don't.
Okay.
This is 200 plus pages.
Oh. Thank you. Richard Stewart, followed by Maria Wasson. Wasson. Yeah, Maria Wasson.
Good evening. My name is Richard Stewart. I live at 1521 Donovan Place, and welcome to the new mayor and the new council people, besides the rest of you that know me already. Briefly, I just wanted to mention something that I thought about. I've lived here about 30 years, and I want to comment about our holiday parade, that I think we need to move it up a week. I grew up outside Detroit with that old Hudson's parade back there, and of course the New York parade with Macy's and so forth is, of course on Thanksgiving. And I just, getting the paper and everything, all the other surrounding communities around here have their stuff a week ahead. And I think a lot of people from here probably are going to those other communities and taking their money and business there too. And I know we're trying to do a lot of effort to keep business here in Longmont to the retailers and so forth. So I think it's something you guys need to consider, and whoever kind of looks over and plans that parade. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Maria Watson.
Hi, I'm Maria Watson, 10594 North 65th Street, Longmont. I've lived on the farm that we bought about 20 years ago. Lovely place, full of birds, full of wildlife, and the noise from the airport, from the airplanes, has basically taken so much of our enjoyment away from our farm, as well as affected my work. I have an equestrian center. I've had to purchase equipment so that I can be heard when I speak out loud to the people that I work with outside. I pray for high winds and inclement weather so that the skydiving people don't jump out of planes and the skydivers, the planes don't drone on and on and on. It's kind of like I have a headache. So thank you.
Thank you. I guess that ends our public invited to be heard session. Gordon, are there any report from the, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Sometimes you allow. I got here late.
All right, I guess we'll take it now. Go ahead. Like one next to it.
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order. If we're gonna, the rules do say if you're not
That's
on the
right.
list, you can wait till the end of public invited to be heard. If we're gonna open it up, then we have to open up to everyone else that would like
Right.
to speak.
Okay, I guess I'm going to have to hold that up. I'm sorry.
Our previous mayor allowed people to speak who didn't get here in time to be on the list, and I would just request that facility to take place.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Councilmember Witt.
I always enjoy listening to Strider. However, at this meeting, if we do open it up, I'm sure that we will get 10 other people who would like to speak. So I would concur with Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Again, what we have on there, it does state if you do not, if you're not on the list at the time for first public invited to be heard, you can speak at the final call.
All right. I guess I'm sorry, Strider. I hope you can stay around to the end. I know it's a long time.
I understand the procedure, but I was just requesting the consideration that our previous mayor gave almost every single time for 2 years.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. have a lot of stuff to cover tonight, so let's get back to business.
Mayor and Council, so that we're now back on track, we're going to take up item 6A and 11A together.
Right.
And Tim will lead the council through the presentations and questions.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tim Barth, the city's airport manager. Before I get into this tonight, I just want to start off this conversation that this will be the only time this evening I go out on a limb and speak for the FAA, but I know that they are both glad that you bumped this up on the agenda, seeing that they both live in South Denver. So thank you for that. We've got two presentations that we're going to cover this evening, and one is from the Air Traffic Division and one is from the Airport District Office. And I know I touched a bit on this last week when I was talking about the Airport Master Plan. And I just wanted to put this out there as a reminder, is that when we have this discussion about skydiving and everything it entails, there's actually 4 divisions of the FAA that are involved. And I'd like you to think about it like the city. We have a police department, a library, a public works department, and a water department. Well, the FAA's got various divisions too, and each has their own responsibility and can respond accordingly. So that being said, our first presentation tonight will be from Mr. Dave Riley, who is on my left. Dave is a support specialist with TRACON, and that's a fancy word called Terminal Radar Approach Control. They actually are down at DIA. They do provide air traffic control services. They're not up in a tower. They're actually in a dark room looking at a screen. And basically, in a nutshell, is what they do is they handle all the arrivals into DIA and all the departures out of DIA and some of the satellite airports. And Mr. Riley's been with the FAA for quite some time, and he's got a presentation that he'll share with you in just a moment. Sitting on my right is Mark Miller. Mark Miller is with the FAA's Airport District Office. Mark Miller is an engineer, and he's also the compliance officer with the FAA. And Mark has been assigned to our airport, so we'll be able to work with him on our taxiway that we'll be constructing next year. So as we move into this, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Mr. Riley, and he's going to explain to you how they handle air traffic from DIA's perspective, how they work with mile-high skydiving, and other general aviation traffic. And he's also got a pretty neat video that he'll share with you that shows a typical Saturday, I believe, during the summer when we're at our busiest peak. So as we move through, we'll let him make his presentation if that's all right, and then Mr. Riley can go ahead and field any of the questions from an air traffic perspective. And then I'll go into the second part of the presentation.
Mayor and Council, good evening. If we could bring up the PowerPoint. Thank you. Just briefly, this presentation is informational. I will brush over some general air traffic stuff to break it down for you so you can understand it. If I use any acronyms or any terms that you don't understand, I can go back and explain those. I'll try to avoid that at all costs. As Mr. Firth did mention, Denver TRACON is the Terminal Radar Approach Control, serving the Colorado Front Range and the Western Slope. Denver TRACON began its services at DIA in February of 1995. We employ about 175 air traffic controllers, maintenance technicians, and support staff. Our operations over the years have increased as DIA has grown. The services to Colorado have, the population has increased, the service demand has increased. As you see, in 1995, we handled approximately 585,000 operations. In 2010, we handled 882,000 operations. And our busiest day on record was just this last August with 2,994 operations in one day. And to rate that, amongst the approach controls across the country, we're the 10th busiest approach control in the nation. As some statistics have proposed recently, DIA has risen to the 3rd busiest airport in the country as far as passenger employments are concerned. the top 4 on this list are what we call consolidated TRACONs. They serve numerous large airports. For example, Southern California TRACON being the busiest approach control in the country, services LA, San Diego, Orange County. So they have major airports all grouped in one building. So if you took the top 5 there from the top, we're right up in there with the top 5 servicing one major airport. Our airspace constitutes about 42 nautical miles around DIA. We extend from the surface to flight level 230, or 23,000 feet. In addition to Denver, or DIA, we provide services to 4 other airports with operational control towers and 7 uncontrolled airports along the Colorado Front Range. We also provide services to the Grand Junction Airport and to the Pueblo Airport. Just a brief layout of what the approach control looks like. It is a dark room, as was referred to, but we do have 22 control positions that air traffic controllers operate different arrival and departure functions, working various sectors throughout the airspace that I previously described. This is a map that I'm very familiar with. This is what our approach control radar map looks like. The abbreviations for all the airports that are in our airspace: Denver, just southeast of that, the Front Range Airport; southwest of that, the Buckley Air Force Base; Centennial is APA, the formerly known as Arapahoe Airport. Up along to the west of there is BDU Boulder; BJC, the airport formerly known as Jeffco, now the Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. Just to the northeast of Metro is Erie Tri-County, and just northwest of there is you guys, the Longmont Airport. As you can see, it's depicted on our map. Fort Collins, Loveland, and the Greeley-Weld County Airport. The basic Denver arrival traffic and how it flows into Denver. This is a depiction of when Denver is landing to the north, which is one of our major runway configurations. This shows the standard terminal arrival routings, or STARS, that arrive from the 4 corner posts that we call it around our airspace. Primarily, you want to concern yourself with the Rams and Thompson arrivals to the northwest. The Thompson arrival specifically flies directly south by a couple miles from the Longmont Airport, and then, of course, a couple more miles from the downtown Longmont area, as you can see here. This, if you can see on the display as I'm pointing to it, is the depiction for the Longmont Airport runway. The departure routings shown here in red. The arrival routings that I previously described shown in black. All these routings, they leave very little room for other air traffic, which I think you'll see is why. In a few minutes, I'll show you a slide that shows where the jump box is what we refer to it as, and has been referred to in other documents on how that flows. I've got a video. I hope it plays one of 4 videos that I have. May take a second to load here. To show what we call a trips north operation, simultaneous ILS approaches. This is an operation that we use in inclement weather. One of the more complex, tense type operations that we work. We have a large amount of airplanes coming into the Denver International Airport, along with all the other satellite airports.
Mr. Mayor, is there maybe a chance we can dim the lights a little bit so the people in the back might be able to see it?
Can you do that, Valerie? Thank you.
As you can see on this this replay, this is actual replay video of our operation. We are landing to the north at DIA. In this particular scenario, you have a heavy arrival rush from the northeast and the southeast. The data tags here with the flight numbers and the altitude and speed information. Will also notice the Thompson arrival, as I referred to earlier, where the aircraft come in from the northwest and how they flow into Denver. You also see that there are some departure aircraft depicted on here and how they depart Denver going out the departure gates. As I previously mentioned, they go out, the arrivals come in the corner posts, and the departures go out the middle, if you will. Skipping to the next slide. I can kind of speed this up so you can see how these airplanes flow in here. And this is about an hour, actually about 2 hours of flight information. And I am speeding this up about 500 times real time, so there's a lot of airplanes. The same operation we run to the south when DIA is landing to the south. This may, well, it doesn't actually show the Longmont Airport, but it's generally up in this little corner right here. This is not the best video that I could come up with on short notice to show the south operation. Let me grab this and speed it up as well. You'll see the airplanes fly just south of Fort Collins as what they're on what we call a base leg entry from the northwest, and coming into DIA, landing to the south. The United right there, just about 10 miles northeast of of Longmont. So that would be our land south operation. So just a really quick overview on our major operations at DIA. The next slide we'll talk about the Mile High operations versus our Denver operations. And how do the Mile High jump operations affect Denver TRACON? We do have a letter of agreement with Mile High Skydiving that details on how they're to conduct their operations with our approach control facility. In general, their operation, we've over the years become very experienced with how their operation works, what their demands are, and we've accommodated their operation because of the class of airspace that they're operating in. We try to accommodate as many requests from the general public as we can to operate in the airspace. As taxpayers, they have a right to the airspace to use it for their needs. We accommodate aerial surveys, but we try to work with them. Sometimes we have aerial survey requests in very close proximity to DIA that have major impacts on our operation. We try to work with those operators to minimize the impact to DIA. And the same we have done with the Mile High operations. We've worked out through a letter of agreement on how to minimize the impact on the DIA operations for safety to serve each of us equally to make it a win-win. The jump box, I'll talk a little bit more about. I've got some graphic displays of that next. We'll define what it is. And one of the questions that was posed is the jump box in a good location? As I referred to in a couple slides earlier, the traffic in and out of DIA is greatly impacted by the jump operations, and we put it into a spot where we can minimize that. If air traffic controllers don't do their job when the jump aircraft are up, it could pose a safety risk to both Mile High and the general aviation air carriers that are flying in and out of DIA and into the satellite airports. So we have to work with them. It's not, we don't totally restrict their operation. We just try to work with them to make it a win-win for everybody. And is the jump box safe? And as I alluded to earlier, yes, I think it's in the best spot it could be. Obviously, we could move it to Kansas. That would have no impact, but I don't think that's a viable option for Mile High. This is another depiction. I don't know if you can bring the lights down a little bit to show you where the jump box via the LOA or the letter of agreement that we have with Mile High. And it actually shows the tracks that we have on replay data on how they climb in that jump box. Here's that same depiction on our radar map, not on the sectional chart. And that Thompson arrival, as I mentioned earlier, comes right down over and actually through the jump box. They typically operate at an altitude of 17,500 feet 17.5. Our aircraft are descending to an altitude of 13,000 feet and in some cases 11,000 feet through this area. So yes, it has an impact on our operations, but we do work with them and accommodate it. Again, the Denver arrival traffic flow, and I have a video showing sometimes it ends up like that. This shows I'm going to point it to here on the screens for the council, this XMHI, you can barely see it 3 right in here. This is the Longmont Airport. This is the jump aircraft. This is an operation where Denver is landing to the north. So typically our controllers would leave the arrival aircraft that are coming in over this fix called Thompson. That's SkyWest 6428 is the call sign there. We would leave them on that arrival, which comes directly over the airport. And as you'll see in this depiction, the air traffic controller has to work around the jump airplanes. I'm going to fast forward this just a little bit so you can see. XMHI-3 is the Mile High 3 aircraft. And that's pretty much it for that video. So that pretty much, as I mentioned, is a brief description of our operation and the operation that Mile High has and how our two operations work together to make it happen. Do you have any questions?
Councilmember Levison.
One of the scenarios you ran made it almost appear that Mile High went out the jump box area. Like one of the scenarios looked like they sort of went really far north in one of the, and in that one piece you had the jump box superimposed with what the actual pattern was.
Yeah, well, sometimes
like it was very loopy. There were some tracks loopy outside the box.
And I can't explain why those are there. It may have been to maintain VMC or VFR flight rules, visual flight rules, with clouds in the sky. I can't answer exactly why they would have gone out of the box. I don't know where the aircraft originated from. They may have been flying over on the front range and then flew back in the box. We have a discrete beacon code that we have by letter of agreement with Mile High, and so when we pull up these kind of tracks, we look for that beacon code, and that's how we track it. So to explain specifically why and why that flight, we just generally took a period of time and tracked that and showed where those tracks were. Exactly what that period of time was, I'm not sure.
And then I know we're probably not supposed to ask you this and have you answer it in public, but do you have near misses with small aircraft in this box zone ever? I mean, it seems like there's a lot of air traffic going in and out there. And
the air traffic that is from the Rocky Mountain Metro Airport to Fort Collins, that is a very densely used piece of airspace. There was a mid-air collision recently with some fatalities with a glider aircraft that was being towed and a general aviation aircraft. So yes, that piece of airspace is very densely used.
And it seems a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's quite scary when you look at it from a controller's perspective. There are a lot of airplanes up there. It's a big sky, and everybody wants to use it. So
I guess I won't look outside the window when I'm coming in and out of DIA anymore.
You're pretty safe up there. And
Those
once you
little
get
guys underneath that you got to worry about.
Once you get inside of Class Bravo airspace, that's protected from the general aviation airplanes. They have to have specific clearance from air traffic control to proceed into Class Bravo airspace. So it's when you come down to the lower altitudes, it's much more controlled when you get closer to DIA.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, and perhaps many people in the audience would like to know as well. How did, since this is a very tricky place to have this situated, what's the procedure in order to get permission to have a facility like Mile High Skydiving at our airport? Are you able to explain the process?
No, I wouldn't have accurate information on that. It would be purely speculation.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. 2 questions for you. Can you described Bravo.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain, and I took the tour over here at the FAA, so I kind of know a little bit. Can you explain the different divisions of airspace?
Sure.
And who's allowed in where?
In all of the different, I didn't know it was going to be tested, but
Sorry.
There's basic classifications of airspace. Class A airspace is above flight level 180, 18,000 feet. That's where all of your air carrier operations are all taking place. And that goes from 18,000 feet to about 60,000 feet. And above that, we don't even worry about. Not many airplanes or aircraft operate in that airspace. Below that, below 18,000 feet, aircraft are allowed to operate in Class E airspace and Class G airspace, which are your more open spaces. As you get closer to airports, they have Class Bravo airspace, which is what I mentioned previously around your major airports. The rules for Class Bravo airspace are very stringent. You have to have specific clearance into Class Bravo airspace. Around some of your other smaller but major airports like Colorado Springs, for example, they have a Class C airspace, which requires permission to enter, but the rules aren't as stringent as Class Bravo. And Class Delta airspaces, you'll find that around the airports themselves. For example, Rocky Mountain Metro, Front Range, Centennial. Off the top of my head, I have the Class Delta airspaces with operating control towers. And outside of that, that pretty much covers all the class of airspaces.
Okay. So we kind of know how the box was how the box was negotiated.
Mm-hmm.
Where in those levels of airspace, where does Mile High Skydiving, where are they allowed to be in as far as those?
They are outside of the Class Bravo airspace and Class G airspace. Okay. From my understanding, they do not penetrate into the Class Bravo airspace. So the rules to operate in there are not as specific. There are aircraft that operate outside the Class Bravo airspace that never talk to air traffic control. And they come into close proximity of large airplanes. They do not have to talk to air traffic control. We do work with Mile High to talk to them to possibly restrict their operation as needed based on safety of the existing air traffic. There are times that controllers regularly restrict their operation momentarily, if you will, maybe for a couple minutes to clear out some airplanes that are in that airspace and then allow them to perform their operation. We can't just deny it completely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
I have a few questions. When do you say no to someone who wants to fly a plane?
We can't say no. That's not my job. That might be the job of the Flight Standards District Office, somebody who regulates pilots. But if an aircraft calls requesting clearance and we can accommodate that, we give it to them.
Okay. And then at what point do you have jurisdiction over the planes? As soon as they leave the ground, over a certain altitude?
I would say the type of airspace that they're operating in, as I mentioned previously with the Class Bravo airspace, if they're requesting to use that airspace, or they're requesting services from air traffic, and it would be more of a safety issue. If a general aviation airplane were out flying around, if I felt that they were in close proximity to another aircraft or the terrain, we would advise them of such, suggest things that they could do to avoid that situation. But ultimately, if they're in a VFR situation or visual flight rules, they're flying on their own, my authority is pretty limited depending upon the class of airspace that they're operating in.
Okay, and then do you have the ability to contact all airplanes?
No.
So at what point do you require them to be able to communicate with you?
Again, depending on the type of airspace that they're operating in, and the type of airports that they're near. For example, we have a requirement that requires all aircraft to have a operating transponder. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's a piece of equipment in the aircraft that puts out a 4-digit code that says this is where I'm at, this is my airplane I'm flying around. We can see that on our radar. That's within 30 miles of DIA. Outside of that, we have no jurisdiction. They can fly outside of that safely.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question. Suppose you lived in the box. Okay, suppose you lived in the box, and let's suppose, regardless of what people think or what they say, you are really bothered by the noise from the skydivers. Given your expertise, and you could wave a magic wand, what would you do? Knowing the FAA and being bothered by the noise, what would you do?
Councilman, I'm sorry, I'm going to pass on that question. I don't think that's my role here, but
no, here's my
understand.
The only reason I asked the question, I'm not trying to put you in a box.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to figure ourselves out of it.
The thing is that I kind of feel like as you see on council, the one thing I hear constantly is people asking for help. And all I'm sitting here thinking is, well, bring us a solution. Because I won an election. I didn't get, extra ideas. And so the reason I ask it is you know more than us. And so I'm curious as to what is the solution. And I think the residents of our city, regardless of what side you're on, whether you're saying there's noise or whether there's not noise, nobody has a solution. And so I only ask it looking for a potential solution, not to throw Mile High under the bus or throw the citizens under the bus. I'm honestly asking, what's the solution?
Right. Again, I think that solution is probably above my pay grade. I will say, however, for safety's sake, and our operation, which is strictly what I can relate it to, I think it's in the best spot it could be. Any further north or east would pose a greater safety risk to aircraft coming in and out of DIA, would obviously encroach on the Class Bravo airspace. I live by Buckley Air Force Base. I didn't know Buckley Air Force Base when I bought my house, but they got a pretty loud operation down there, but it's not, maybe or may not be as frequent as Mile High, but I'm probably the wrong guy to ask that question. I served 9 years in the Marine Corps. I've always lived by air bases. I kind of get used to the noise.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor and Council, I would like to ask one question. This demonstration was about the existing routing patterns, and I didn't detect as to whether or not there's any flexibility in changing those routing patterns. And just for an example, it looks to me like the Thompson pattern that you were looking at is bringing planes in from Portland and Seattle and Boise. Is it possible to change that routing pattern so it goes further north for a longer period of time, like passes on the north side of Fort Collins and then comes down I-25 towards Denver? Or is this something that's just absolutely fixed and the FAA would not consider changing routing patterns?
No, the FAA is currently considering changing flight patterns into DIA, and of course that goes along the road of environmental impact studies. We are undergoing a redesign through what's called the Next Gen program, through a specific program. It's called RNAV. It's using satellite-based navigation rather than classic ground-based navigation, as you see here. When we designed this airport and all the other airports around the country were designed with ground-based navigation. This is a ongoing technology project that takes a lot of time. We are looking at down the road another program that the FAA has on is called the Metroplex project. They're looking using these RNAV technologies that are referred to, incorporating it into total redesign of how aircraft fly in and out of airports. How that will impact the Mile High operation, it's a long ways down the road. But we do try to work with all the general aviation users that are trying to use this airspace.
Councilmember Levison.
Yes, Mayor. If the rest of the council members that haven't spoken already would like to speak. Thank you. It appears that while we have this jump box now, there could be some new jump box in the future, depending on how these other, and could you also give me, when you talked about next gen, what was the name of the satellite navigation?
It's called RNAV, or Area Navigation.
ARNAV?
It's RNAV, Romeo November Alpha Victor.
Okay.
That's the acronym.
Okay. So, and typically, how often does FAA look at these redesigning flight patterns? Does it have to do with when you reach a critical volume at an airport, or changing patterns in air travel, people doing long haul as opposed to shorter haul between, some, depending on what part of the country. Florida's busier in the winter. Minneapolis is not. Well, I guess if you're flying out of Minneapolis, you get out of there, and then you're going to be back in the spring. So it really, or Chicago, anywhere. So it really depends on maybe is there seasonal flight patterns and other routes that vary. I mean, and is this when you do these reassessments?
These routes that you see before were established in 1995, and actually a lot of those same routes are preceded by the routes that were into the old Stapleton. So they change very little. And the process is so time-consuming and lengthy that we try to avoid changing them unless we have to. The new technology has given us the ability to look at how we're going to incorporate this technology into these flight paths, but then the environmental piece and how it impacts the public really limits what we can do. The current RNAV project that we're working on actually fit nicely into the current environmental impact. So there was very little new impact to the environment, so we were able to basically mirror what we do here, just using a different form of navigation. So they don't revisit these things very often because it's so work intensive for all involved that it does take a long time just to look at changing it.
So what you're saying is, even if an airport like Denver has grown enormously over the last, 10 or 15 years, the flight patterns in and out have not changed radically. It's just the volume and how closely spaced everything is.
That's very true, because of our runway configuration, which drives a lot of the flight paths on how we get airplanes in and out of an airport, that's not going to change. The runways are the runways. We have the master plan, and if anybody's seen the master plan for DIA, they all are north, south, or east-west runways. So this is pretty much the best we can come up with right now, but again, I think they may be looking at something down the road. I don't know.
You say looking down the road again, it could be
10, 15 years.
10 to 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so is the FAA driving this, or is the technology driving it?
It's both. We've gotten to a point in our society where we realize that the technology, we need to start adapting how airplanes fly in and out of our airports on satellite-based. We can get some benefits for not only the users, but the communities, as well as air traffic. So it's kind of hand in hand, but it is a slow process.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you. I'm not a pilot. As I hear you talk, am I correct in assuming then that if I have a plane, I can do whatever I want with it as long as I'm not near other aircraft?
Well, there's obviously specific rules on what you're doing with your airplane as far as safety is concerned, and into proximity of densely populated areas, non-densely populated areas. If you're using a public airport or a private airport, there are specific rules.
Such as?
Well, obviously, if you're going to use the Longmont airport, there's rules on how to avoid aircraft inside that airport. If you're using a private airport, there would be rules specifically for that. If it's a tower-controlled airport, you would have to contact the tower for clearance because it's their responsibility for safety.
But theoretically, if it's a freak day and it's a Saturday and nobody else is in the sky and I've got my plane, is there anything that I'm not allowed to do given that I'm away from densely populated areas? Can I climb as much as I can? Can I stay in the same place? I mean, are there...
The specific rules on that, I would have to defer to my FSDO or Flight Standards District Office. But I'm going to go on a limb and say, yeah, I mean, as long as you're not violating any of the specific rules with operating over densely populated areas, and that has to do with the altitude that you operate. You can't be flying at 50 feet across the ground in densely populated areas, for example. There are altitude restrictions for that type of thing. But what you do above those altitudes, and obviously aerobatic maneuvers and things like that, there are specific areas that it's recommended that you do those kind of things. But to just go out and fly your airplane, no.
Okay, and then and how does that relate to noise abatement? Meaning, I mean, do the rules take that into account, or is it just fearful of crashing into the population?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the impetus for the rules on that.
Councilmember Bagley, I'll just jump in for a little bit, please, here on this. Yes, there are specific rules that you have as a general aviation pilot, and again, Mr. Riley is speaking to the air traffic, and there's that other division of the FAA I was telling you about is the Flight Standards District Office, and they are actually the enforcement branch of the FAA. General aviation airports like ours, most of the people have a private pilot's license and some more advanced ratings. There are altitude restrictions, 500 feet. You can't be below 500 feet over a populated area, and over congested area it's 1,000 feet. No, you just can't go buzzing over somebody's house at treetop level. Those are specifically addressed in the federal aviation regulations in FAR Part 91. And if there is evidence of that, we do get the Flight Standards District Office involved, and they do conduct an investigation, and they will look at radar tapes if we can get them. And if we track down who it is, those pilots then usually end up losing their license for about 6 months. It's not a free-for-all in the skies. We have certain rules that we establish through not only our noise abatement procedures, but there's standardization throughout the entire general aviation industry as to how you operate in an airport. There's a reason we have all left-hand turns into the airport and why that's consistent throughout the United States. So there's a myriad of rules that you follow as a general aviation pilot that wouldn't necessarily pertain to the air traffic division when you're not operating in their airspace. And just for an example, I know David touched on this. If you take off out of Longmont and go due east, as you approach Main Street, you start getting into the Class B or Class Bravo airspace. You need to be below 8,000 feet, or you need to be talking to them. So it's a whole jumble of rules that come together. Not all of them pertain necessarily to air traffic control operations. It's uncontrolled operations as well. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, so technically, if you're above a certain, just in a nutshell, you're saying if you're above a certain elevation, that you can pretty much do whatever you want as long as you're within those rules established by the FAA?
That would be correct.
Okay. And is there anything the FAA or municipal governments can do to abate noise? That's really the key question. Is he going to address that later? All right, then I'll withdraw the question. I anxiously await you, sir.
Councilmember Witt.
I was just going to say that I think we need to focus in on exactly what Mr. Riley is in charge of, which is I think he's here to explain why the box is where it's at. It probably is, although intellectually stimulating, knowing what kind of navigation system and what's coming down the pike in 20 years, it doesn't further the conversation at hand. So I think that we need to cut Mr. Riley a break and just ask him no hypothetical questions, not what would you do, but he's here specifically to talk about why the box is where it is and what the rules are regarding that box and the traffic flow. So let's not badger him with stuff he really wasn't prepared to answer.
Councilmember Bagley.
Sorry if I hurt your feelings.
Oh, as I mentioned, 9 years in the Marine Corps, I can take it. Appreciate it, though.
Councilmember Samori.
So speaking of the box, can it be redrawn?
I would say, like any other letter of agreement, it can be reopened by the parties to discuss it.
Okay. And discussion would entail, what would engage that discussion? Is it from Mile High? Is it from the FAA? Is it from the city?
I believe either party could ask to open up that letter of agreement because it is between two specific parties, the FAA and Mile High. So either of those signatories could open the letter of agreement unless it specifically says in there that nobody can reopen it. And I don't have the copy of the LOA in front of me. I think, Tim, did you have a copy of it? I don't think it addresses that, but that's typically how we operate with letters of agreement. They come up for review about every year, maybe 2 years, to better the operation for both parties.
Councilmember,
I'm sorry, does that answer your question? I don't see any exclusionary opener from that.
Okay, so I was going to say, when was the last time the box was drawn or redrawn?
This letter of agreement is dated 2007.
Okay. And based on the information that you provided us earlier in terms of flight approaches and takeoffs, et cetera, can it be redrawn without impacting regular airflow and reduce the noise effect on the neighborhoods, in your opinion?
As you can see from the flight paths that are showing up on the screen now, it's a pretty tight box as it is for an aircraft operating like that. I don't know. I do not know if it could be redrawn to minimize those impacts. Those are the kind of things that we would have in the discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilmember Samore, I would like to jump in on this for just one moment. Dave actually called me this morning, and Yancey Obar is his boss down there, the manager of TRACON, and there was a scheduling snafu, and Dave was able to jump in tonight. Dale Rademacher and myself went down and met with the folks at TRACON, and just some history. The same box that you're looking at on the screen right now is the same box that has been in place since 1995. We asked that question when we were down at TRACON if we could move the box. Mr. Obar indicated that box works well for TRACON. It works well for Mile High. There's a possibility that box could be extended to the west, but as far as relocating it out of that area to change the impact, it would interfere with the operations that have been ongoing at basically at TRACON since 1995. And I don't know, Dave was not in on that meeting, so he did not have the benefit of sitting in the same meeting with myself and Dale Rademacher and Yancey Obar.
Any further questions? I guess we're ready to move on to 11A then, aren't we?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
And I'm going to ask Dave to stick around just in case anything jumps into somebody's head as we move on. All right, Mayor, members of council, we'll move into part 2 of this presentation this evening and some more educational purposes. You have my council communication, and basically this is some follow-up information. Back in November, citizens from Quiet Skies presented some information to council, and as part of the city staff's due diligence, we verified some of that information and wanted to frame this discussion tonight in the proper framework. So I clarified some of the issues that were brought up so that council would be operating with the most accurate information that is out there. Skydiving was first introduced to the airport in 1994, actually, when a letter was sent to the airport requesting skydiving, and it has been in place on the airport since 1995. They have grown over the years, of course, just as the airport has grown, just as the city has grown. Mile High Skydiving is a fairly large operation. There was some comparisons made to DeLand skydiving in Florida. I just want to make sure that when you're going through that information that I presented, is DeLand is like the second largest skydiving operation in the country. They have 5 different aircraft and throw approximately 80,000 people out of planes a year.
Councilmember Witt?
I did have a quick question about DeLand. Where are they located are they located near a city?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Witt, yes, they are located near Daytona Beach, Florida, which is a pretty major airport, and they're a satellite airport from them, a little bit to the east. So looking through some of that information, of course, they're obviously going to be a more active skydiving facility because the weather in Florida is nice all year. I did put in some clarification information about hush kits, and I did want to focus a bit on the lease for Mile High. There was some suggestion that we look at reviewing their operations when they hit the 50,000 mark, and they're not near that number currently. They're a long ways away from that, and it's not anticipated that they'll get to that mark anytime soon. In fact, this year they've really slowed down a lot compared to the previous years. There is a lot of discussion this evening, and I know Councilmember Bagley said, what is the solution? What is the solution? Well, I'm here to tell you it's a complex issue. I'm not sure that there's one easy solution or one immediate fix that is going to solve everybody's problem and make everybody happy. It's a road that I've been going down since actually day one that I started here. I came in, and my first day on the job was right in the middle of the whole skydiving fiasco, so I have had some history with it for the past 16 years. Also in your council packet, I had put in some noise monitoring results, and I took that upon myself to work with the Denver International Airport Noise Abatement Office. They have quite an extensive noise monitoring system, and they were kind enough to loan us one. So over the summer of 2010, I was able to go out and make some noise monitoring measurements because my office, specifically me, was getting a lot of complaints over skydiving. So I was able to take some random noise monitoring samples throughout the summer of 2010. There are a lot of complaints we directed at Mile High. We've heard some people tonight say that they don't call in, and there's a silent group of people out there that are affected by it, and there's no doubt that I believe that, but I can only go by what's called into me in my office. I think everybody on council is aware that we're going through a master plan this year. And interestingly enough, I had a chance to go back and review some of the noise complaint history at the airport. When we went through the master plan back in 2001 and 2002, our noise complaints spiked dramatically. And after the master plan, they had kind of tapered off. And if you look at the last 4 years, we were at numbers of 61 and 80. In 2009, the tail end of that year, the complaints started to increase again, and I think that was the first time that we had spoken publicly about an airport master plan, and specifically a runway extension. Then, of course, as council knows, we were front page just about every day, or at least mentioned in the paper about it, and of course our complaints have spiked again. So I'm not making a correlation to that, but it's just something that I've noticed in looking at some trend analysis. If any of the council members
Councilmember Santos, do you have a question?
I got a question. Thanks, Mayor Coombs. Yeah, there does seem to be a correlation. Is there a skydiving operation in Boulder?
Mayor Coombs, Mayor Pro Tem Santos, yes, there is. It's a smaller operation, but yes, they do have one.
What kind of planes do they have out there?
They only have one aircraft. It's a Cessna 206.
Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is a lot of the folks that seem a little bit further out of town seem to get that it's Mile High Is there a possibility that some of this air traffic that these folks are hearing are from Boulder?
Mayor Coombs, Mayor Pro Tem Santos, that I don't know. They have called in directly. I know that the gun barrel area directly is off the end of the runway for Boulder, and I'm sure they do get a lot of traffic. Sometimes it's not easy to identify what offending airplane it is. In fact, in the last 3 weeks, I've had a couple of calls that we had a jet operating at 3 o'clock in the morning out of our airport, and I was able to go back and look at the radar tapes, and it was actually a Frontier Airlines Airbus 320 on its way from Boise. And the reason it was that late is because they had weather up in Boise, and that was when they can get the plane out. So it's difficult to identify exactly which aircraft it is that is the offending aircraft.
Because I find it interesting that we have some people from Gun Barrel that say they're not affected by Mile High. We have some folks that say they are affected by Mile High, but Boulder also has its own skydiving operation, and I'm wondering that some of the complaints that we get and some of the emails that we received, would they correlate? And you and I've talked about this before, and some of them do correlate with takeoffs and landings from Boulder.
And Mayor Pro Tem Santos, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, you started out by saying this is a complex issue, and this has been ongoing for at least 16 years since you've been here. So in those 16 years, why haven't we been able to figure out a solution or a compromise that would mitigate the noise issue?
And Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Samori, yes, this is a complex situation, and I can tell you, in the 16 years that I've been here, I have not seen complaints called in about Mile High to this level except for the past 2 years. Prior to this, we would get the occasional call on them, but not as many complaints as we are getting now. They are not doing anything different. They're still operating under the same letter of agreement with the FAA that they have since 1995. The only things that have changed in the letter of agreement are their call signs and some routing procedures. They've been using the same twin-otter aircraft, one similar to that, since 1999. Their busiest years back in 2002, 2003, 2004, when they were in excess of 35,000 people jumping. And at that time, we actually had 2 Twin Otters flying full-time. We didn't receive those numbers of complaints back then, and it was the exact same operation as it is today. So it's kind of a phenomenon. I can't quite explain what happened in the last 2 years.
Councilmember Witt.
Tim, I don't want to jump the gun. Are you going to talk about the specific proposals that Quiet Skies wanted to have done? Okay. Should I just let you do that? Okay, I'm going to let you do that.
Councilmember Bagley. Excuse me. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. Sorry, Tim, before you jump on that, it might simply be that you didn't get as many complaints volume-wise because all the houses that were there may not have been there in 02, 03. So, I guess we saw the history of how things got built out. But, if you have fewer people, then you're not going to have as many complaints. And I know that the big building boom in that area of town really was beginning to occur in 2 and 3, and a lot of new residents, they're sometimes not doing anything but getting used to being in the house, and making sure everything works, and they're not looking out for making a lot of complaints when they first bought a house and all that kind of stuff. So maybe there's some other outside factors. Is just my point. So we should consider what the previous evidence we had about how things had expanded over the years as well.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. But also with that, and having a member of the family who's in the real estate business, people that moved out into the newer portions of Longmont when they were developed near the airport, there is a disclosure that you're living near an airport.
Mayor Coombs, Mayor Pro Tem Santos, yes, there is a disclosure statement and a plat note that goes with each property.
And I'm not talking about people living in Gun Barrel or they were 20 years in unincorporated Boulder County. I'm talking about new development in the city of Longmont.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and continue where I left off. Again, I'm not going to go through my council communication item by item. We heard some speakers tonight and said, well, we've got potential solutions to this problem. Why don't we limit the hours of operation that we allow skydiving to operate? Why can't we just tell them that they can't operate at the airport? Limit the number of jumps that they do. It's never been staff's position to say, no, we can't do that. That is a viable option, but with those options come consequences, and those consequences are our federal grant assurances. And I'm going to be able to rope Mark into some of this conversation so that he'll have a chance to hear it from the FAA. But with every grant that we sign, and that every time we accept federal money, there's 39 grant assurances that the city agrees to. Those assurances run for 20-year periods for the life of the grant, and with property that is purchased with federal money, and Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, they go with the life of the property that we sign those grants for. We are a federally obligated airport. We are part of the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems, like we discussed last week. We're vital to the transportation network. We are an enterprise fund, and all of those things come into play. If we chose to implement any types of those restrictions, it's gonna cause some friction with the FAA, and it's gonna put a decision on the council of whether we want to pay back all that money. And also, the grant assurances that we signed today were expected to carry over for the next 20 years regardless. So I wanted to leave it off at that point because I'm sure that's going to generate some questions, and that can get me off the mic and get Mark into the discussion.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Epiphany, here's the question. Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but the packet, it's referring to a section in our lease agreement. And I've heard a lot that there's nothing we can do, and I've just heard there's nothing we can do unless we want to lose our grant funds. And Eugene, step in if you have a response. Mark, I'd call you Mr., but I don't remember your last name, sorry. But it states here in section 4.4 of the MHS operations lease agreement, it says that, it says that we can, once they hit 50,000, we can do quarterly reviews, we can discuss uses of the airport. We have contractual authority to keep getting money and impose some restrictions. So why can't, I guess, why does it have to be 50,000? Why can't we get together every 4 months or whatever and get along?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, I didn't want to overload your packet with the entire lease document, but there's more sections that are more important. I was just replying to a specific information. The next section of that lease goes on to say, of course, that we will have the operator, in this case being Mile High, in agreement to those restrictions. If we had Mile High agree to those restrictions, then we can implement those restrictions. And we had that discussion with the FAA when we put those clauses in back when we entered into that lease.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you. As I was reading through the packet and also an email in response to the packet item, I believe what was being said was, number one, we want to quiet skies with like the Mile High skydiving to at least look at quieter things, to a quieter plane, hush kits, whatever. My answer to that is not government's responsibility. That would be citizens working with Mile High skydiving to influence them. Number two, they were talking about we need to review this lease. Well, we They have not violated any parts of their lease, as far as I know. Is that correct, Tim? That is correct. So we cannot force them to renegotiate their lease. We can review it all we want, but they are not obligated to renegotiate that lease until 2020?
Off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's 2021.
2021. So we have some time. Along with that was asked that we do a noise study. First of all, and perhaps you can jump in here about noise and whose job it is to enforce noise. So, as I understand it, and I could be wrong, as I understand it, we have no authority in the airspace over Longmont. Is that correct?
Councilmember Witt, I guess I'd ask for a little more clarification on authority over the airspace.
Okay. As I understand it, as long as aircraft is operating within a certain decibel range, there is no problem, correct?
What I'd say, Councilmember, is the city, as being a federally funded, contractually obligated airport with the grant assurances, needs to make the airport available to all kinds of users. So if it's not a safety or an efficiency or a capacity issue, then I do think to get to the root of your question, that there is no real oversight or governance on day-to-day operations at the airfield.
Okay, so your primary concern is safety, is that correct? Safety and efficiency and...
Absolutely.
All right, and so is there a case by which the proprietors, which would be us, is there any way for us to enforce a noise ordinance above our city?
There are federal regulations, FAA Part 150, which may have been mentioned last week through the master plan process, is the FAA noise metrics for conducting a noise study. And again, the Part 150 noise study is just that. It's a plan that evaluates the noise. And again, I've heard it from several concerned citizens of it is in our FAA matrix a continuous 24/7, 365 days a year is the measure of the cumulative noise that is looked at through the Part 150. Once a Part 150 study has been completed, if it is warranted, Part 161 actually goes into the addressing of enforceable noise restrictions. There are it's fairly stringent. I've only been aware of a handful where noise restrictions have actually been put in place effectively. And to tell you the truth, Council, it is at your larger, heavily commercialized airports, Southern California, the DIAs of the world, possibly even Salt Lake, where there is continuous heavy jet traffic every minute of every day. The Part 161 noise restrictions call only for Stage 2 and Stage 3 aircraft, which that type of aircraft does not presently use the Longmont Airport. So to even pursue a 161 noise restriction, I don't see it at this time being applicable to Longmont.
Okay, thank you. As I was thinking about it, it felt as if we were being asked to do a noise study over something that we don't have control over, that is actually the province of another authority, that is actually monitoring it and has found that Mile High skydiving has not violated what is expected of them. And so in that regard, it would seem that that is not money well used. And it was mentioned that folks were saying, well, hey, other cities have sued the FAA over this. That may very well be, but I will also tell you that that was probably prior to 2008 and probably further back than that. And we're talking about a quality of life issue. Everybody agrees to that. We're not talking about a life safety issue. And if we are going to challenge a federal agency, then the people who are impacted by train noise were complaining before you were, and it's actually more people. And so they're in line first to challenge a federal agency. So if we really want to spend city resources on lawsuits for quality of life issues, we can do that. But is Gun Barrel going to chip in on this? No, probably not. So what is being requested by Quiet Skies, although creative and looking for a solution, city staff have been looking at this for a very long time, and we haven't come up with a solution that makes people happy yet. I'm not saying that we're not going to find a solution, but when you get feedback from city staff or council members that, no, we can't do that, no, we can't do that, it's not because we don't like you and we think you're crazy because it's driving you crazy. That is not the case. It's because they have looked at this before and they know the rules. And no, we can't do this because we have to pay back the FAA $20 million, and quite frankly, we don't have $20 million to pay them back. So it is a difficult issue. I've taken a lot of time, but those were specific things that were brought out that Quiet Skies wanted done, and none of them are economically feasible. It's not possible for us to do at this time. And it's not that we are stonewalling or trying to rake you over the coals. It's just that we are bounded by reality. And so this is what it is.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. My question is, when someone calls and complains about the noise, what happens after that?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Finley. I record the data. If the people request a callback, I call back, depending on whether they leave a number or not. Some of the regulars know that they're just calling in to lodge a complaint, so it gets recorded in the database, and they've told me it's not necessary. When there's a real legitimate complaint, I try to investigate it to the best of my ability. If anybody was at the latest airport open house, we have a web track system now that we're able to tap onto some radar feeds so I can identify certain aircraft in certain neighborhoods. And there's a chance I can correlate it down. I do talk to the pilots. I've sent out several letters to pilots and advise them, your operation has generated a complaint. Enclosed is our noise abatement procedures in order to be a good neighbor. Please follow them. So we follow up as we can with who we can identify.
Are they responsive?
Yes, most of the pilots aren't even aware that they have usually caused the complaint. And I can tell you in my history when we have found some wayward pilots pushing the envelope, we have turned them into the Flight Standards District Office, and I can think of 3 instances in my tenure where 3 pilots were removed, had their license removed.
Have the two sides actually ever sat at a table and talked about the issues?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Finley, yes. Frank Casares, the owner of Mile High Skydiving, and his chief pilot, Clay Schutz, and Kim Gibbs and Nick Mastronati actually had a meeting out at my office, and I kind of brokered the two, and they had a discussion, and Quiet Skies did state that they had a list of demands that they would like Mile High to meet, and the discussion was cordial.
Was there any compromise on either end?
It appeared that what Citizens for Quiet Skies was requesting would have hindered Mile High's ability to conduct business.
Thank you.
Councilmember Levison?
Thank you, Mayor. So, when I was looking at some of the operational factors here, when there's a mention about the grant assurance provides prohibited or limited aeronautical use for safe operation of the airport. What happens when there are fatalities? Is that considered a safe operation when there are fatalities?
Councilmember Levinson, I would address that to the investigation that would surround what caused the fatality. They do happen. They're very few and far between in our in our day-to-day operations within the aviation system nationwide, but they do happen. Some are caused by pilot error. Few have been caused by miscommunication between air traffic control and the pilots, and some could just be plain dumb luck. So to classify a fatality as a instant non-safe operation, I don't think it's fair to make that statement at this point.
Actually, I wasn't making a statement to that effect. I was just saying, would a fatality be considered? And so your answer is no.
I would say that it would depend on the circumstances surrounding the fatality.
Yeah, just asking whether or not somebody loses their life meets the standard.
It would absolutely be tragic, but
No.
not an indication on the overall operation of airspace at that time.
Okay, great. Well, and I don't know, Tim, it's just a little bit of a concern whether or not there's, if there's a number of fatalities due to an operator, where do you start drawing the line as far as, operations?
Fortunately, we haven't had a whole number of fatalities to even start addressing that.
Well, I'm just thinking a couple of the skydivers that recently lost lives.
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Levison, when you look at that, those instances have been actually parachute malfunctions or the pilot of the canopy actually making an error, which it didn't have anything to do with Mile High specifically. It was the individual operator.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Not so much a question, but a statement. Since I've been on council, I have met with Frank several times, talked with him several times, and I've talked with residents who are very close in the near the airport. And it's not, again, as Councilmember Witt mentioned, some of us have been working on this for quite a while, trying to figure out a way to talking with staff, talking to the attorneys, talking with the staff again, talking to the attorneys, talking to people in D.C., talking to people with FAA, you name it. I have a member of my family that lives near the airport. I have been there when I have, just this last weekend, Twin Otters were up. They're very quiet. I've been, and excuse me, I'm not done. I've listened to public invited to be heard. I wasn't finished, please. And then I have been at my mother-in-law's house when it sounds like a freight train is coming through, and it was the Twin Otter. So I have seen both. I have. So please, when I'm talking from experience, I have taken photographs of what I thought was the Mile High flying way too low above these townhomes, and not flying what I thought would be an appropriate angle to come into the airport. And I've gotten the response that, well, my pilots are always doing the right thing. Well, there's the right thing, and then sometimes there is the best thing to do, to try to minimize as much noise as you possibly can. You're not going to always please everyone, but there are times when they do it right, and there's times when they do it wrong. And this is going to be an ongoing discussion. Again, if there's ways that, trying to bend the ear of the FAA, I worked in D.C., met the future secretary plan on potentially making a phone call to Secretary LaHood. While we're in some instances we're trying to figure out exactly, kind of like with the oil and gas thing, we're trying to figure out exactly what we can and cannot do. It may not be fast enough for some of the residents in the city, outside the city, but it's not that we're not working on it. We have been. It may not, again, it just may take a little bit more time, but we are working on it.
No more questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Bagley?
I just have one more follow-up question regarding the contractual thing. Why didn't, so if it's 50,000, I understand that we can't renegotiate the lease. I get that. But at the same time, you said that you have to have the agreement of the other side. If there's nothing that you can do, why would they ever agree to a number? Why wouldn't they say, screw you, we're going to take off and we're going to fly over 500 feet. We're going to do whatever we want. Why is there a number in here?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, this issue with skydiving comes up every 3 years, so I've done this presentation before.
I'm sure.
In 2006, Mile High approached the city. Obviously, there was concerns about skydiving and with them having a business that would expand. The council at that time had heard from the community and had some discussions on basically what we're talking about here again this evening. Mile High is planned to lease over 180,000 square feet of airport property at that time to expand their facility. Of course, nobody saw the economic downturn that came so quickly in 2007, and those plans have been shelved. At that time, when we were having those staff negotiations with the applicant, i.e. Mile High, we said, hey, we hear these community concerns. We want to be able to review with you if there is something that we can do when we hit this number, if it's causing an impact, something that we can work toward together to keep the impact as low as we possibly can. And at that time, the owner was aware. He was attending the council meetings. He saw the political discussion that was around in the community, and he felt that that was a fair number to begin review. It was agreed upon terms between the city and the operator.
So it's connected to actually leasing space.
Correct.
Thank you.
I guess, well, thank you. Are you done then with your, or you got more to go?
I have nothing further.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. Yeah, let's take another 5-minute break. Okay, Gordon, can you go ahead and introduce your items on Section 8?
Mayor and Council, we are now ready to move into ordinances on second reading and public hearings. We do have a number of those that we need to get through tonight, and we know that you have a very busy agenda tonight and also a week from now. So we'll have to get Councilmember Bagley to be patient and keep working late tonight. First item is item 8A is ordinance 2011-82, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2011. Since you have seen these before, we don't plan to make a presentation unless you have questions, and if you do, we have Teresa here to answer them. If there are no questions, then the public hearing is in order.
I open this public hearing on this item. No one signed up. Would anybody like to speak? Seeing no one else, the public hearing is now closed. Does someone want to make a motion on ordinance 20011-82? Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move ordinance 2011-82.
Okay, first and second. Any discussions? If not, let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
8B is ordinance 2011-83, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance amending the 2011-2015 capital improvement program. Once again, if there are not questions, we will not make a presentation.
Okay, no questions. I will open this one up for public hearing. No one has signed up. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak on this? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. Is there any additional? Okay, Councilmember Finley.
I move passage of ordinance 0-2011-83.
Second. All right, that's been first and second. Let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Here in Council, 8C is two airport leases, two different ordinances. Ordinance 2011-84, a public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance authorizing the city of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel H32B, the premises to Frank Caceres, tenant. We do not plan to make a presentation unless there are council's questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? No. I will open public hearing on this ordinance 02011-84. Are there any? There's no one signed up. So seeing no one else, I will close public hearing. There's no other additional discussion at this time. Councilmember Witt.
I would like to move ordinance 2011-84.
Second. And okay, it's on the same one. Okay.
Mayor, I need to have you just do 84 because that's the only one that we read into the record for the second time.
All right. Okay, Councilmember Bagley.
All right, so here's my question. Okay, we just got done talking about the airport. I don't know the legalities of it, but my question is, I realize that this private hangar is for the same guy that owns Mile High Skydiving. As we move forward, and we're being good neighbors to each other, my question is, I mean, I was kind of hoping that I could speak and meet Frank Caceres tonight for the first time, the infamous Mr. Frank Caceres. So my question is, I just view this as, I'm sure that we can't say no. I'm sure that we can't arbitrarily and capriciously say no to the airport. But my understanding is, as I was sitting there during the Airport Advisory Board interviews, my understanding is that we have a waiting list for airport hangars. Is that correct?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, that is correct for our rental units.
Okay. And this is not a rental unit?
No, sir. It's owner occupied.
Okay. Is there a waiting list for owner occupied?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, yes and no.
Okay.
Right now there's not a strong market for people to build hangars. We don't have any hangars for sale per se right now.
I guess I just wanted to point out, I'm going to be voting for this, but I just wanted to point out there's going to be lots of opportunities between now and 2021 for Mile High and the city to have a joint relationship and to get along. And so just as we go forward, I'd encourage Mile High to be good neighbors.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would just like to point out that you'd probably not be hurting Frank as much as you'd be hurting the guy who's trying to sell his hangar.
Councilmember Bagley.
Oh, I'm not threatening or trying to hurt anybody. I'm just pointing out that in a small community like Longmont, everybody's affected and we're always doing business. And when I was reading my packet 4 weeks ago, I was like, oh my gosh, here's the same name. So I'm just saying that we interact, and the more we can get along, the better. And if he can do anything to quiet my emails, and if he can do anything to keep people from losing sleep or not enjoying their backyard, I would just ask that he do so.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate that, Councilmember Bagley. But I just want you to keep in mind that if you scare off this buyer for a piece of property, you're not so much hurting Frank as you are hurting the person who's trying to sell his property. That's all.
Councilmember Bagley.
I reiterate, I'm going to vote for this.
All right. Okay. Any further discussion? All right. Let's vote. Come on. I voted. All right. Passes unanimously 7-0.
Mayor and Council, next item is ordinance 2011-85, public hearing and second reading of the bill for an ordinance authorizing the city of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel H44D, the premises to David S. Nasser, tenant.
Okay. I will now open public hearing on ordinance 0211-85, which is hangar lease with David Nasser. There's no one that's signed up for this. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. Is there any additional discussion of this item? Councilmember Witt.
I would like to move ordinance 2011-85.
Second.
All right. Since there's no further discussion, let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Mayor's next item is 8D, ordinance 2011-86, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the Hildebrandt annexation, generally located east of Sunset Street and north of Isaac Walton Park, and zoning the property RMD residential mixed development. And Brian Schumacher has a short presentation prior to the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Brian Schumacher with Economic Development. You have this evening a request by Paul Hildebrand and his family for annexation of their property. It's about 4 acres with residential mixed density zoning for 4 condominium units. Properties north of the Isaac Walton Park and east of Sunset Street. In conjunction with this annexation, no new physical changes are proposed with the annexation. So what you see in the pictures that are in your packet are what will be there for the foreseeable future. The only changes that will be occurring probably within the next year or so is a pedestrian path connection that'll connect First Avenue with Sunset Street, provide some better pedestrian access in the neighborhood. And the balance of the property, about 95% of it, will remain as private open space and environmental buffer. This annexation complies with the state statute and city requirements regarding annexation eligibility. As you may recall, this property was considered for annexation previously in the late 90s. At that time, there was about 28 dwelling units proposed on the property. And that precipitated a discussion regarding zoning for the neighborhood. And the applicant at that time decided to withdraw their application and sell the property. And after the Hildebrands acquired the property, they had approached the city about annexation and development when they initially started construction, or before they started construction on their house, they decided to, rather than do that, they had requested an outside service agreement through the city, which was approved by city council, and they got their building permits and constructed the house through the county. But one of the conditions associated with the outside service agreement was that the property come in and annex at some point in time, so that's why we're here this evening. So we've done some inspections, both by our building inspection staff as well as fire inspection staff regarding the buildings and the property, and they've determined that the buildings comply with the city building and fire code requirements, so no additional permits or improvements would be required with the annexation. As part of the annexation, historic water rights will be transferred to the city, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimously that the application be approved by the City Council. Throughout this process, there's been strong neighborhood support for the annexation, and Mr. Hildebrand is here to answer any questions you may have. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from council members before I open up for public hearing? Seeing none, I will open public hearing on this ordinance. Appears that Richard Stewart has signed up for speaking.
Is this still on? Yeah. Okay. Hello again, everybody. Long night. I really praise you guys for that. As Brian knows, I've lived down in that neighborhood. That is the Bond Farm neighborhood. If you're not familiar with it, we still have the historic Bond Farm on Spruce Avenue. My wife and I have lived down there about 30 years with our backyard facing into the Hildebrand property. We feel very blessed that the other guy that wanted to put in the 28 units of duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, that the neighbors fought him off, and we've not lost our view of Isaac Walton and down to Colorado Springs and so forth. Is this neat. So as soon as you can get the Hildebrands into the city, I think that is absolutely awesome. We're just totally behind them. And I just wanted to make sure you all know that. So I know it seems like an awful long process. But it's neat. And we just really love and we're going to be improving the trails through the property. The city's promised to do that for us. We've got some grant money that we're working on that. And it's totally open to the public, which I think is needed, really near the Hillbrands. And like Brian mentioned, most all of it is open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Is there anybody else who would like to speak at the public hearing on this? Seeing none, I will close it at this time. Any other further discussion? Councilmember Samori.
I would move item 2011-86.
Second. Okay. All right. Let's vote. All right. That passes unanimously, 7-0.
Mayor, next item is 80, ordinance 2011-87, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of a drainage easement and a water line easement generally located north of Ken Pratt Boulevard and west of Martin Street. Mayor and Council, this has been through our plans review process. Staff recommends that you approve this, and so we have no other comments unless you have questions.
All right. Any questions from council members? Then I'll open it up to public invited to be heard. Anybody else would like to speak on it? Seeing none, I'll close this item. Councilmember Levison.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to move ordinance 2011-87 for adoption.
All right. It's been first and seconded. Let's vote. That passes unanimously again, 7-0.
Next item is 8F, ordinance 2011-88, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance establishing a charge of 50 cents per month for emergency telephone services, 911, for wired and wireless subscribers in Longmont for the calendar year 2012. Mayor, this fee has not changed from 50 cents since 1999. And if you have questions, we have staff here. Otherwise, public hearing's in order.
All right. Anybody would like to speak on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move ordinance 2011-88.
All right, that's been first and seconded. No further discussion. Let's vote. All right, that passes 7-0.
Item 8G is ordinance 2011-90. Public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 4.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code on Longmont sales and use tax appeal procedures. And Ezekiel will make a short presentation on this item prior to your public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. Ezekiel Vasquez, Revenue Manager. This item that I have for you tonight is an amendment to the Sales and Use Tax Code addressing the period during which sales and use tax assessments may be protested. Recently, the state of Colorado enacted legislation essentially mandating all tax collecting entities to move to a 30-day protest period. This proposed amendment to the Sales and Use Tax Code will extend our current protest period from 20 days out to 30 days and bring us in line with these state requirements. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Any further discussion by council? I will open this up to public hearing. Anybody from the public would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Is there any additional discussions on this item? Councilman Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move passage of ordinance 2011-90.
All right, it's been first and seconded. Let's vote. All right, passes again, 7-0.
Item 8H is ordinance 2011-91, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 6.08 of the Longmont Municipal Code on Longmont sales and use tax licenses. And once again, Ezekiel has a short presentation.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, this second item that I have for you is an amendment to the Longmont Municipal Code addressing the sales and use tax licensing requirement. Currently, anyone engaged in business in the city is required to obtain a sales and use tax license. However, with the increase in popularity of special events such as Oktoberfest and the Festival on Main, many members of the community have communicated to us that this licensing requirement is an unreasonable burden. This proposed amendment to the municipal code will exempt entities that do not sell retail items and do not maintain a physical location in the city from this licensing requirement. A couple examples would be nonprofits and charitable organizations that simply set up booths in order to hand out pamphlets and recruit volunteers, and street performers. These folks would no longer be required to obtain the license or pay the registration fee. That concludes my remarks.
All right, are there any questions from council? I will open this up to hearing on this ordinance. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item at this time? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. Is there any additional discussion at this time? Council Member Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move ordinance 2011-91.
All right, let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Mayor Council, if you will recall, about 3 weeks ago, we had a study session item where these two mixed items regarding pension plan amendments were to be presented, and the hour got late and had many pressing other things to deal with, and you chose to forego that presentation on that study session and bring these ordinances forward. We're on second reading. And so tonight, before we take these up, Jim does have that presentation that we need to have you go through so that you understand the nuances of these proposed changes. So I'm going to let him make the presentation. It pertains to both of these next two items, and then we'll take up the items after that presentation if that's suitable to the council.
Sounds good.
Mayor Coombs, member of council, I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance Support Services. Valerie, could you put the PowerPoint presentation up? Thanks. So again, there's two ordinances tonight here on second reading that are pension amendments, and I'm going to cover them both in this one presentation here. There are 7 retirement plans that we maintain at the City of Longmont. 3 of those are defined benefit or pension type plans. 3 of them are defined contribution or 401k type plans. And then we have an optional deferred compensation plan for any and all employees, and the city has no commitment of contributions to that plan. The 2 old hire plan, here are the defined benefit pension plans. We have an old hire police and fire plan and the general employees retirement plan. Now, the 2 old hire plans are closed, in that as of 1977, there are no new employees entering this plan under state law. So both those 2 old hire plans are down to a dozen or less participants. Now, the general employees retirement plan, the GERP plan, I'll refer to it as, it's for all employees except for sworn police and fire employees. We have 3 defined contribution plans, 401k type plans, new hire police, new hire fire, and the general employees money purchase plan. The 2 new hire plans are for all current fire and police sworn employees. They make a 10% contribution. The city also makes a 10% contribution to that plan. In 1980, the city withdrew from Social Security, as was an opportunity for public entities at that point in time. And in lieu of Social Security, they created the money purchase plan for the general employees. It has a 5% contribution by the city and a 5% contribution by employees. So our general employees are in both a defined benefit plan and a defined contribution plan. The plan amendments that are proposing, we have plan amendments proposed for all 6 plans. The first ordinance, 2011-92, is technical amendments that are for all 6 plans. The second ordinance are proposed changes in benefits and contributions or plan design to the 2 general employee plans. So real quickly on the first one, on the technical plan changes, on 0211-92, we're complying with the provisions of the Pension Protection Act as required by the IRS. This is for all 6 plans. We're complying with provisions of the HART Act regarding military leave for employees. Also impacts all 6 plans. Then for the GERP plan only, we are making a change to make mandatory distributions of a terminated member's benefits of less than $5,000. So once they've terminated from the plan, if they have less than $5,000 in it and they're not vested, we're allowed to distribute that into roll it over into an IRA. And then finally, there's we're making a change, deleting a provision from our money purchase plan for general employees regarding domestic relation orders and the impact of the member's death on that. So a little bit more, though, on the issue of the second ordinance 2011-93 concerning the benefit changes. Now, public pension and benefit issues have been in the headlines across the country for quite a while now. The 2 general areas of concern are funding of defined benefit pension plans and funding of retiree health care benefits. I'm going to jump first to retiree health care. That's where, obviously, where it's offering retiree health care to retirees of an organization. It's referred to as an OPEB, which is an other post-employment benefit. It's a commitment that should be funded currently as a defined benefit pension plan is funded. At Longmont, we do not pay for retiree health care. We do allow our retirees to purchase our health care insurance till Medicare kicks in, and that is sold to them at the same rates as we charge our employees. So the only advantage to the retiree is that they're getting a subsidized rate, and so that subsidization is an OPEB to the city, and we are amortizing that liability over time. So currently, retiree health care is really not a large impact on the city of Longmont since we do not pay for retiree health benefits. Now, moving back into the defined benefit pension issues. So these are issues that are negatively affecting the funding of defined benefit pension plans across the country. Retroactive benefit increases, spiking of final compensation. That's where participants may work a lot of overtime hours in their final year, or else they may be in a higher position during their final year of compensation. Employer pension contribution holidays. It's where when the pension fund is in a good financial condition, the entity decides not to make the city contributions to the plan. Purchasing prior service credits at a discount, and little to no employee contributions being required, and then finally built-in cost of living increases. So these are factors that have been put in plans, a lot of them on the East Coast, some currently in the Midwest we're hearing about, and also in California as well. And then even the Para State plan here in Colorado is in a funding concern situation because of some of these type of issues. So now, none of these issues, though, have ever occurred with the General Employees Retirement Plan here in Longmont. We don't have overtime; doesn't count towards compensation, so we can't spike our final compensation. Never had a retroactive benefit increase. Never had an employer pension contribution holiday where we haven't contributing what is required, and never sold our prior service credits at a discount. We do sell it to any employee who returns into the plan, but they have to make full payment for that. Employee contributions have always been required, and the only cost of living increases we have are when we can afford to add them, so they're never built into the plan. So we can't actually put those in place unless our plan is over 100% funded under Tabor. So a little bit of details about our GIRP plan. The pension benefit is calculated at 2.2% of the final average compensation times the years of credited service. Our vesting is a 5-year vesting period. The normal retirement age is age 65. Early retirement age is 55, with a benefit that's reduced by 3% per year prior to age 65. So that means if someone retires at age 55, they get a 30% reduction in their normal benefit. And then finally, we do have a special early retirement provision, the Rule of 80, that at age 55, there is an unreduced benefit if the years of service plus the individual's age add up to 80. So we have currently, the most recent actuarial valuation showed that we're almost 96% funded at the beginning of this year. This is a very strong funding percentage for a public plan currently. The total actuarial contribution requirements have ranged over the years from 7.2% in 2005 to 13.4% in 2010. Now, our actual contributions have never been below 9.5% during that time. So if they had dropped even further, we would have been taking one of those pension holidays I was referring to. But we've maintained it at no lower than 9.5% over the years. The total required contribution for this coming year is 11.2%, and in the budget most recently adopted, that is being funded as 6.1% from the city and 5.1% for employees. So even though we are a strongly funded plan, the GIRP board does have concerns and recognize that across the country there are concerns regarding the cost of public employee benefits. The concerns that we've identified is our funded ratio is still below 100%, and we would like to move that over 100% because we will not be allowed to have any sort of cost of living increase underneath Tabor, even an ad hoc year-by-year type increase unless that's over 100%. Over the years, we've visited that every 4 or 5 years for this plan and put one in place for the retirees, and we've last did one about 4 years ago. We're not going to be able to do another one until that funding is in excess of 100%. The actuarial assumption for the plan is that we will get a 7.5% investment return year to year. Now, over 20 years, our returns were 8.85% through 2010. But over the last 10 years, they've only been about 6%. So it's a concern about being able to meet that over time. And then finally, the changing contribution requirement from year to year. As council members in recent years know, we've had to make some adjustments and reaches to be able to reach the actuarial contribution requirements. So we want to try to keep that under control. So with these concerns in mind, the General Employees Retirement Board did request that our actuary explore the impacts of some plan design changes that could be made that might help us over time to control our contribution costs and possibly raise the funded ratio. The changes to the plan benefit design would be instituted for new employees only as of a certain date, which we're proposing to be the beginning of 2012. So the plan changes under consideration include a change in the minimum age for early retirement from age 55 to age 60, a change in the early retirement reduction factor from 3% to 6% per year for reduced early retirements, and then a change in the interest rate on accumulated contributions for all employees from 6% to 3% per year beginning in 2012. Now, we're proposing to change the retirement age because current trends are, and I'm talking about nationally, are for employees to work longer for a variety of reasons, including better health and greater financial need. The normal retirement age for the GIRP plan is age 65. Currently, participants opt to retire earlier than 65 would be subjected to that 3% reduction. So this would change that to a 6% reduction, because 6% is closer to the actual equivalent, and thus it's not a plan subsidized benefit like the 3% reduction it currently is. The contributions that are refunded to our non-vested terminated participants, or even our vested terminations that choose to take a refund of contributions and forfeit their plan benefits, those are currently credited with 6% interest. While the plan investment earnings do generally exceed 6% annually, the 6% return is rather generous and serves as a disincentive for those terminated members from exiting from the plan. So that's why we're proposing the 3% amount. Implementing benefit changes for new employees would essentially create two tiers of employees in our plan. So we would have a current old hire employees that are employed before January 1st of 2012 and new hires employed after January 1st of 2012. It's preferable that we not get into multiple tiers of employees, so we'd like to try to keep to just two, at least for now and into the distant future. So it's best that all benefit changes be made at one time. Given that the new tier of employees would have a different or lower plan benefits, we're proposing that these employees have a lower employee contribution requirement. We're proposing to make that contribution requirement for the new hire tier 1% less than the requirement for the old hire tier. So for 2012, it would be 4.1% for new employees versus 5.1% for existing employees. So in order to maintain an equal level of overall pension contributions for all non-uniform general employees, we're also proposing to set the contribution requirement for the new hire tier for the defined contribution plan, the money purchase plan, as 1% more than for the old hire tier. That would be 6% for them versus the 5%. So this would ensure that both tiers of employees are making equal contributions towards their retirement security. Our plan actuary, GRS, Gabriel, Roeder, and Smith, they performed an actuarial analysis of our proposed changes, and they estimate that over 30 years, these changes could impact the overall contribution to the GIRP plan by a reduction in rate of 1.35%. So they currently, with our baseline data, they look out 30 years. They projected with current contributions levels that we would be at 11.37% contribution requirement that would drop to a little over 10% requirement as a result of these changes. So those are the recommendations of the GRIP board, and those are what are in the ordinances before you tonight. We did receive some feedback from employees as we notified them about this as we got closer to proposing these ordinances. And the main concern that we did clarify for existing employees is that the only impact is on the contribution rate, the interest on the contributions dropping from 6% to 3%. Had no other real concerns voiced. There was a manager who did express a concern about labor trades employees needing to work longer than age 55 and work towards age 60 instead, and how that might be harder for them. But we did point out that, I mean, that's an issue today, that they consider employee can still retire or leave employment. They just couldn't draw a retirement benefit until age 60. Employees always, just like our police and fire employees, they always do have to make a choice about whether they, if they leave at an earlier age, maybe they get into a second career before they draw that retirement benefit. So those are all my remarks, and glad to answer any questions you have.
Are there any? Well, first you've got to read the.
Hey, yes, Mayor. But if you have questions on Jim's presentation, they would be appropriate now, and then we will get into the exact actual ordinances.
Okay. Any questions from the council on the presentation? Seeing none, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor, the first one is ordinance 2011-92, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance amending section 3.04.885 of the Longmont Municipal Code, adopting amended and restated pension plans.
Are there any questions from council before I open this up for public hearing? Councilman Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So just the concerns that you raised earlier about the 7.5% annual return, et cetera. So does this address all your concerns?
Mayor Coombs, member of council, I mean, this begins to address things. I mean, we still will, you know, it's always going to be a chore to reach 7.5% returns, and our board does keep that in mind as it sets an asset allocation from year to year. But it's just one of a number of factors that has an impact on our contribution requirement into the future. So by doing things like this, we control some of those other factors more than we control our returns.
And how does staff feel about what you're doing? What's the overall? Do they know? Do they care? Is it
sorry?
Positive, negative?
About what we're doing?
Yeah, just this particular ordinance.
So, so the first ordinance, actually, staff would probably have no concern on the first technical ordinances changes, and then the second ordinance with the benefit changes, they're realizing that it doesn't impact them. They have no concern expressed.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I have one quick question for you, Jim. So you basically would like the pension boards to try to allocate things so that they're trying to get a 7.5% return on this money that's invested, and with that comes a high standard deviation on those returns. So it's a little bit of a risk. You could choose to get a 6% and a lower deviation comes. I mean, right now these are kind of crazy times for investing. So are you sure that the 7.5 is the best number to be working with in these financial times?
Mayor Coombs, the 7.5 is the assumption that the pension plan uses and the actuary uses to calculate the liabilities of the plan going forward. Okay. Now, what we try to do is set that as a goal as for our returns on our assets, but we can always change that actuarial assumption. What it does is increases our liabilities significantly, and in turn that would increase our contribution requirements. But it's the actual returns themselves that are going to drive them in the long run is how we're doing. But the assumption, if we make an assumption like that, they will kind of work that into those liabilities over the long term, and so today's contribution requirement will soar to some degree.
Right. Okay.
Now, the question of should we lower our sites and then therefore what our expectations for our returns would be, we've had really good results in the past. So we've had this 7.5% assumption as long as I've been with the city, and we have had good success in meeting it. In recent years, certainly there have been some years that we've missed, along with any other pension plan. But just a couple of years ago, we had a 30% return. So I don't think it's out of the question. It's worth shooting for, and we adjust our contributions from year to year based on our actual results anyway.
All right. Thank you. I'll now open this up for public hearing. Is there anybody, there's no one signed up. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Santos.
I have less hair. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move ordinance 2011-92.
All right, it's been moved in second. Let's vote. All right, it passes 7-0.
Mayor and Council, 8J is ordinance 2011-93, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance amending section 3.04.885 of the Longmont Municipal Code, adopting amended and restated City of Longmont General Employees Retirement Plan and the City of Longmont Money Accumulation Pension Plan for employees of the City of Longmont. And as Jim indicated, we did not get a lot of feedback, and our employees certainly were notified via email so that everybody would know these plans were coming up for amendment.
Are there any questions from council before I open this up for a public hearing? Seeing none, I will now open this for public hearing on this ordinance. There's no one that's signed up, but is there anyone from the audience who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any additional discussions on this item? Councilmember Witt.
I'd like to move ordinance 2011-93.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, let's vote. It passes 7-0.
Here, we're now ready for the consent agenda. Item 9A, it's ordinance 2012-01. A bill for an ordinance approving the land use amendment to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan for the Mill Village neighborhood, generally located south of Colorado State Highway 119, west of 3rd Avenue and north of Great Western Drive and west of County Line Road. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for January 10th. 9B is ordinance 2012-02. A bill for an ordinance approving the First Amendment to the agreement in furtherance of annexation for the Kubat Archdiocese annexation to the City of Longmont, Colorado. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for January 10th. 9C is resolution 2011-85. This resolution approves an intergovernmental agreement with the Longmont Housing Authority for an amendment to the Home Investment Partnership Program agreement for its tenant-based rental assistance program. 9D is resolution 2011-86. This resolution approves the intergovernmental agreement with the Victims Assistance and Law Enforcement Board for the 20th Judicial District for a Victims Assistance Grant. 9E is to approve 3 economic development contracts. The first one is for the Longmont Area Visitors Association. The second one is for the Longmont Area Economic Council. And the third one is for the Small Business Development Center. 9F is to approve the golf course concession agreements for the Sunset Golf Course, the Twin Peaks Golf Course, and the Ute Creek Golf Course. 9G is authorize the mayor to sign the Longmont Cable Trust Services contract for 2012. 9H, accept public improvements for Hover Crossing, second filing Phase 2A and 2B. 9I is accept public improvements for Prairie Village, third filing Phase 2B. And finally, J is adopt the 2011-2012 legislative policies. And Mayor and Council, I do not need to remove any of these for presentation.
Are there any items that the council would like to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to remove item A and item B, please.
Item A and B. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. If there's no others, I would like to move the consent agenda minus 9A and 9B.
All right. Let's vote. All right, the consent agenda minus 9A and 9B has passed 7-0.
And Mayor, for 9A, we have Ava here to answer questions if you have questions of staff.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. Ava Pehajevsky, Senior Planner, Economic Development Department. This is a request for a land use amendment for some property in the Mill Village subdivision to change its land use designation, which is currently industrial economic development, to high-density residential for the purposes of building a new apartment complex of 228 dwelling units. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ava.
Councilmember Levison.
Sorry, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions reading through things. And I guess I'll start with on page 283, there's some justification from the applicant as far as vacancy rate, that they cite some statistic for the second quarter of 2011. Let me just get to that page, please. First quarter of 2011. I'm wondering whether or not we have any, if we could, when this comes up for second reading, get some information on maybe what our one-year block of vacancy rate is. I would really, if the indication by the applicant is that there's a trend in the local housing market and pent-up demand, 1 quarter, usually you don't base economic activity indicators on 1 quarter's worth of activity or analysis. So if we could get to see what our second quarter 2011 vacancy rate was, and maybe also wrap it, I don't know if we would have third quarter of 2011 or if we could just look at the third and fourth quarter of 2010 so we get a year's worth of data for that, that point. And then I was reading through the neighborhood notes from the neighborhood meeting, and on page 301, there was a concern around a perception that someone stated that accidents at this intersection, the left turning movement on 119 was too short, and that the accidents seemed to have tripled since the Walmart opened. And there was a request if someone could provide accident data on this intersection to corroborate that perception. I didn't see that was in the presentation to Planning and Zoning, and to me seemed to be a bit of an unanswered question. So if we could have that information, that would be great. And then I know this might be getting a little bit ahead, but for the there was also a indication on page 268 on building height, and I know that was a bit of a discussion, but that might go more to a site plan. However, I just wanted to know how much fill dirt was going to be put in before construction. I know with the Super Walmart, there was a discussion at council at that time with the site plan review around how high the building was, and the assumption was made it was being built from ground level, and at council testimony, came out that there was going to be 5 feet or more of fill dirt put in first, and the building height was then 5 feet higher because you were starting basically from a higher base. I want to just figure out, when there was a lot of neighborhood concern around building height and what it would look like from being in the scenic entrance corridor. Right now that ground slopes off quite a bit. So I would like to know whether or not we're looking at possibly starting with 5 feet or 10 feet worth of fill. Is it going to be, the site going to be level with 119? And that might not be something that's absolutely necessary for this, but just a question that seemed to come up with the neighborhood concern about building height.
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Levison, thank you. We also have staff from the applicants, the development team here tonight as well, so they can come down and speak to some of the questions that you have. I do have some traffic accident data for the intersection of 3rd Avenue and Highway 119. We studied traffic before, I'm just looking at my data here real quickly, but we studied traffic. Walmart opened March 3rd, 2011. And so we studied traffic before Walmart opened and then after Walmart opened, and to see what type of accident data we had there. And it looks like the months from October 3rd, 2010 through March 3rd, 2011, this is the months before the opening. I guess 5 months prior to Walmart opening, there were 8 accidents at that intersection. After Walmart opened on March 3rd, 2011, all the way through August 3rd, 2011, which is our last data count, there were only 2 accidents. So I guess it was possibly someone's perception that there were higher accidents, but our data indicates there were actually less accidents at that intersection recorded by the city. And if you would like, Wendell Pickett is here tonight, as well as Roger Pomainville, to answer your other questions about the vacancy rates and about the fill, which I'll just remind council. The fill is more of a site planning issue, and it's not one of the review criteria for a land use amendment. So would you like to have Wendell come down and...
Actually, I'd like to ask a clarifying question. So that, when you were looking at that traffic accident rate, was that just for the left-hand movement coming out of the neighborhood onto 119? Because that's what the neighborhood meeting concern seemed to be.
Yes, Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Levison. Actually, that was for all accidents in that intersection. Our traffic engineer tells me there were absolutely no left turn accidents in any direction, either direction. There were more fender bender type things, but not left turn issues.
And then there was concern about cut-through traffic through the neighborhood. What was do we have any numbers, or could you provide some information, please, around the concerns with coming out of the neighborhood and having the neighborhood act as a cut-through towards avoiding the intersection at County Line Road 1 and 119? There seems to be a perception in the neighborhood that there's increased vehicular traffic to avoid that intersection, plus still not some kind of barrier so that traffic exiting the Super Walmart site doesn't just go across to the neighborhood.
Yes, Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Levison. Actually, if you look through your packet in the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting, our traffic engineer, Tyler Stamey, came and he did provide data that showed there was 100 cars per day, less vehicle trips coming down Great Western since the opening of the Walmart Supercenter. Tyler will be here on the night of the second hearing, and he will present that data again. But it is in your packet somewhere in the minutes as well.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Coombs, Councilman Levison, Member Council, thank you for staying so late. I'll be very quick and brief. Fill is very expensive. We do not anticipate putting in much, if any, fill. Maybe some balancing of the site, and when we get to that level of engineering, site grading work. So very minimal with that. As far as your question, vacancy rate, according to the Denver Metro Area Apartment Vacancy and Rental Survey, for Longmont for first quarter of 2010 was 6.4, second quarter of 10 was 5, third quarter was 3.0, fourth quarter was 2.6, first quarter of 11 was 2.8, and then 2.6 for second quarter, and just some preliminary numbers for third. They'll get finalized here in the next few weeks, and maybe we'll have some preliminary for fourth quarter that I can bring back. Is there any other question you'd like me to address?
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. If we were playing Sim City, we need apartments. But my question, it seems like when you just read all the concerns, whether it's traffic or whatever, it revolves around density. And so I noticed that they didn't put a cap on it. But in your mind, how many units are you going to be building per acre, total units, and why?
Well, the maximum one that the zoning would allow us would have been about 288, 285, something like that. We were at 228. We looked at the market studies. It said that there was over 600 units needed currently, immediately now, with another couple of hundred every year. We took that into balance. We worked with some architects that I've worked with over a number of years to develop what we felt was a good site plan, something that the site could support. It's spread across 9 acres. It has a public road that services and acts as its spine. We felt we designed a product that was in harmony with the neighborhood and the surrounding, that stepped back from the outside into the center, and that the site could physically support. And that's really 81.2 or 3% of what the maximum in the zoning should be allowed. So we backed off from the maximum. You know, we didn't build them high and put podium garage underneath like I've done in Denver. We built something that we felt works in this suburban market. And that's why we picked the 228s, what physically worked and what worked on an economic pro forma. Because if you can't get them to pro forma, you don't do them.
Right. And so my next question is, were people resistant to the 281, the 228, or all of the above?
They were resistant to apartments pretty much, period. And when challenged at the planning meeting, okay, well, tell us what's acceptable, we got low density.
Okay.
So low density is sub 12 per acre. It doesn't, you can't make it work.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Councilmember Santos.
I have no questions. I was going to move ordinance 2012-01.
Second.
All right. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
And thanks for the parade. I and my family truly enjoyed it last weekend.
Mayor, for 9B, we have Brian Schumacher here to answer questions.
Go ahead. Oh, excuse me. Councilman Levison.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I had a couple of questions around the drainage detention pond, and also looking at the construction of the initial phase of the neighborhood park. And I guess I need you to explain to me. I read it, I understand it, but I'm wondering why, when there's so much interest in the parks and that, and the necessity that residents in that area of town have indicated to us, a need for parks, why we're backing off on having some first phase of the neighborhood park done. You know, we've got a very tentative building market right now. If, you know, there are a few units built here and the developer goes belly up, we won't get anything as far as, you know, the park amenities started. It might be years then if things stall out again in the general building industry locally. So tell me what, you know, why are we diverging from the original plan?
Well, when the Councilman Levison, when the annexation was approved in 2004, at the time, there weren't any parks in that area, general area. Subsequent to that, when the Meadow Mountain subdivision to the south was developed, the Blue Skies Park was developed in conjunction with that, and it's fairly close actually to this subdivision as well. But McStain's proposal when they came through with the annexation was that as part of their marketing plan for their initial phases of development, they wanted to have kind of a finished park area. And they felt that that was important, and that was part of their proposal as part of their exceptional benefit for the annexation. What's happened with construction of the Blue Skies neighborhood park on the Meadow Mountain subdivision to the south, the Meadow Mountain Elementary School. We're starting construction on the initial phase of the Dry Creek Community Park. We've had conversations with our Public Works and Natural Resources staff regarding this request. They felt that kind of given the economic climate associated with residential development and some of the existing facilities that we currently have or are currently being constructed, that they felt that the request for deferring this initial phase or the construction of the park until we have the capital funds in place to put it in the capital improvement program was appropriate.
And I guess from what I'm seeing on this proposal, it looks like it would be a neighborhood targeted at maybe younger families with children. And my personal rule of thumb is that you need some kind of neighborhood park that even a 3-year-old could walk to. And we have that standard in a lot of neighborhoods, whether it would be an HOA built and maintained park or, city parks. Again, I look at this area of town as being on the short end of the fairness issue on a lot of the goals and aspirations that we had told people when everything was being built, that they contributed their park improvement fees, and when we're not fulfilling that expectation. So again, I have a lot of concerns on around a park that's already built and been paid for by a previous development, and maybe this neighborhood not really having a park until way far off in the future. And it doesn't seem to me like it matches with the kind of standard that we've given to every other neighborhood, to have a neighborhood park, to have a place where you can go. It doesn't look like the lots are very big, so you just have to have a place for people to go and recreate. And I know the Dry Creek the district park or community park is a long ways off for full construction. And so I don't think that that's it's just my opinion. I don't think it's an adequate substitute for what is really a neighborhood park. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. Yes, I'm sorry.
Just may interject. Although the neighborhood park won't be upfronted in terms of construction until we have that prioritized in our capital improvement program, if these amendments go forward. With the initial phases of any development that occurs on this development, there would still be the requirement for them to provide the open space and pocket park requirements that are required for our subdivision.
Okay. And then one other item on this that I would actually like to sever from the proposal is I'd like to sever out the removal of the standard affordable housing language and affordable housing mix. So I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion that we vote on that item separately. And so my motion is that we vote on the issue of the removal of the affordable housing mix and standard affordable housing language on this item.
Councilmember Sam? Okay. So, at this point, I guess the motion dies without a second right now. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move ordinance 2012-02.
Second.
Let's vote. Passes with Councilmember Levison dissenting.
Thank you.
Well, Mayor and Council, since you've already dealt with the general business item 11A, you can go to 11B, which is city attorney and municipal judge compensation.
Well, Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move that we approve an overall base pay increase of 2% for the judge.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. That passes with Councilmember Santos, Councilmember Witt, and Councilmember Samori dissenting. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would approve a total compensation adjustment for the city attorney at 2%.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. That passes 7-0.
And Mayor, the next item.
Excuse me, question.
Sure. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Do we need to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the city attorney? So I would move that we, excuse me, I move that we approve to authorize the mayor to sign the city attorney contract.
All right, let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Mayor and Council, for item C, Valerie will work through the process of you making your selections if you're going to do that tonight.
Well, let me pull the, we could elect to put this off or to try to do this tonight. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move that we extend the meeting through this item into the rest of our agenda, and hopefully we'll be quick.
Councilmember Bagley.
2 points. One, I know we're wasting time, Councilmember Santos, but I would point to Council Rules of Procedure, Rule 13, Motion to Adjourn Policy of Adjournment. It says, in order to facilitate the convenience of the public and council, whenever practicable, it shall be the policy of council to adjourn at 11 p.m., that items not under present consideration be continued and not be called for consideration after such hour. I work. I am a member of the community. I have no political ambitions. I just serve. And so it's hard after 11 o'clock to wake up and go to work at 5:30 in the morning. And bad decisions get made after 11 o'clock. And if there is one single issue that is probably more important than anything else in an organization, whether for-profit or non-profit, it is who is going to be driving our bus. These are the people who are going to be giving us advice, giving us expertise, and we're already behind the 8 ball because the process in and of itself, you know, getting a resume and interviewing people for 3 to 4 minutes and then dismissing them is no way to pick your staff. And so Yeah, I need my blankie. And I just think that this is an important issue, and it deserves more time than what we're about ready to give it.
Councilmember Witt.
I do sympathize with Councilmember Bagley. I also am tired, but I have pre-made my decisions based on interviews, reading this stuff, and talking to people who interviewed other folks, and I think that it is important that we get through this tonight because we need to train these people to start in January. That is why we need to get it done tonight. And that is, but I applaud that you recognize how important these jobs are. I will also remind you, the final say lands here with this council. So if you don't like what's coming out of a board, that's okay. We can tweak it when it gets here, okay?
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I think most of us on this council work, and I think we're all tired, and I don't know that this would get any more time next week than it would tonight because we have a very packed meeting next week as well with an executive session too, so might as well get it moving.
I guess I kind of agree with Councilmember Bagley that, when we're all tired, we probably don't make the best decisions, and these are big decisions, and I would just as soon put this at early on in next regular session, as bad as that seems. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. So I guess we are ready to vote on this.
Extend the meeting.
Yeah. Okay. The meeting will be extended.
Mayor Coombs and members of council, we'll try and get through this as quickly as possible, but still do it with a semblance of order. On your desk tonight, we placed an email from one of our applicants, Sean McCoy, who has asked for consideration on the Historic Preservation Commission, which we'll talk about when we come up to that board. But I just wanted to remind you that was there. So the first board that we're looking at is the Airport Advisory Board, and we actually have 3 positions open on that, 2 regular terms ending 2014 and 1 ending 2012. I haven't given you instructions yet. How many did you vote for?
All of them.
Okay, vote for 3, please, and we'll deal with the. Good. Good. Sorry, Valerie. That's all right. Ooh, I should have told you that Mr. Ray had withdrawn his application, so if you voted for him, please cross him off. Okay.
Are we supposed to be ranking or just checking? Just checking.
Okay. So Finley voted for Danny Hay, Dodie Shipper, and Mary Jo Yates. Samori voted for Danny Hay, Dodie Shipper, Mary Jo Yates. Bagley voted for George Anderson, Danny Hay, and Mary Jo Yates. Levison voted for George Anderson, Michael Lorenzetti, and Mary Jo Yates. Coombs voted for Michael Lorenzetti, Dodie Shipper, and Mary Jo Yates. Santos voted for Danny Hain, Louis DeHarb. Just a second, I gotta find his name on the list. Okay, and Mary Jo Yates. And Witt voted for Danny Hay, Dodie Shipper, and Mary Jo Yates. Mary Jo Yates received 7 votes, Danny Hay 5, and Dodie Shipper 4. So those are your 3 appointees. What I do need is a motion on which one shall get the unexpired term ending 12/12. Do you want me to take the one with the lowest number of votes?
Yeah.
Or is that work for folks? Okay. Okay, Art and Public Places, you have 5 regular members. Please vote for 5, but cross off Vianne Klipstein. She's asked that her name be withdrawn because personal time commitments. Levison voted for Christine Johnson, Tom McCoy, Candace Newcomb, Brenda Isaac, and Linda Truesdale. Coombs voted for Tom McCoy, Brenda Isaac, Candace Newcomb, Christine Knight, and Linda Truesdale. Samori voted for Tom McCoy, Brenda, I apologize, Christine Knight, and Emily Patterson, and Lisa Truesdale. Okay, Santos voted for Tom McCoy, Candace Newcomb, Brenda Isaac, Emily Patterson, and Linda Truesdale. Bagley voted for Tom McCoy, Candace Newcomb, Brenda Isaac, Emily Patterson, and Lisa Truesdale. Witt voted for Tom McCoy, Candace Newcomb, Brenda Isaac, Emily Patterson, and Lisa Truesdale. And Finley voted for Tom McCoy, Candace Newcomb, Brenda Isaac, Emily Patterson, and Lisa Truesdale. So Brenda Isaac, Tom McCoy, Candace Newcomb, Emily Patterson, and Lisa Truesdale will be our appointees to that board. We can move on to the Board of Adjustment Appeals. We have 1 member and 2 potential applicants. So vote for 1. Councilmember Bagley did not vote. Levison voted for Martin Orner. Witt for Douglas Bolton. Samori for Douglas Bolton. Finley for Douglas Bolton. Santos Douglas Bolton. And Coombs Douglas Bolton. So Douglas Bolton will be the appointee. The Board of Adjustments. Board of Environmental Affairs, we have 3 terms. Please vote for 3. Bagley voted for Joel Danforth, Kay Fissinger, and, Sulu? Is that how we say it?
That's right.
Okay. Levison voted for Kay Fissinger, Sulu, and James Niger. Samori voted for Joel Danforth, Sue Lu, and Richard Yale. Finley voted for Joel Danforth, James Niger, and Richard Yale. Witt voted for Joel Danforth, Sue Lu, and Richard Yale. Santos voted for Joel Danforth, Sue Lu, and Richard Yale. And Coombs voted for Kay Fissinger, Sue Lu, and Joel Danforth. We have 3 positions, Joel Danforth, Sue Lu, and Richard Yale, who received 4 votes. Okay, so when you get to your applications for Planning and Zoning and Transportation Advisory, we'll need to cross off Joel Danforth because you just appointed him here. So on Cable Trust, you have 1 member. Vote for 1, please. Bagley voted for Marshall Allen, Coombs for Marshall Allen, Levison for Kirk Wylep, Santos for Kirk Wylep, Witt for Marshall Allen, Finley for Kirk Wylep, and Samori for Kirk Wylep. So Kirk Wylep received 4 votes. We'll have that position. Next one is General Employee Retirement Board. You have 2 positions. So vote for 2. You have 3 applicants. Okay. Santos voted for Becky Berkalow and Wesley Lowry. Coombs voted for Becky Berkalow and Wes Lowry. Witt voted for Becky Berkalow and Wes Lowry. Samori, Becky Berkalow, Wes Lowry. Finley, Becky Berkalow, Wes Lowry. Levison, Wes Lowry, and Teresa Youngquist. And Bagley, Wes Lowry, and Teresa Youngquist. So Becky Berkalow and Wes Lowry, I just need a motion on who should get which term, if we could do that. One expires 2015, one expires 2016. So they're both.
See the amount of votes?
Excuse me? No, Becky got fewer votes, so I give the shorter term to her. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Move on to Golf Course Advisory Board. You have 3, vote for 3. 2 of them are for a full term and 1 is for an unexpired term. So. Okay. Coombs voted for Ken Davis, Mark Frederick, and David Sewell. Or Soul. Witt voted for Ken Davis, Mark Frederick, David Soul. Finley voted for Ken Davis, Mike Poland, and Gordon Wagner. Samori voted for Ken Davis, Gordon Wagner, David Soul. Bagley voted for Ken Davis, Mark Frederick, and David Soul. Levison voted for Ken Davis, Mark Frederick, and David Soul. And Santos voted for Ken Davis, Mike Poland, and Gordon Wagner. Okay. Ken Davis received 7. David Soul received 5. Mark Frederick received 4. So if we go with what you've done, we'll give the shorter term to Mark Frederick. Does that work? Okay. Next one is Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. 3 members. Vote for 3, please.
Councilmember Levison.
Hi, what happened with Historic Preservation Commission?
Did I skip over it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's not in my book. Hang on a second.
We have 3 positions, we have 2 applicants, and then right now, we've got varying terms as well.
Well, I'm like, go ahead and, well, let's do this one.
Fine.
Okay, and then we'll go back to that one. It's not, I'm sorry.
I didn't find
It's
a
listed in my
packet.
book, so we'll just do it off your ballots.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is for Housing and Human Services. So Levison voted for Ray Sanchez, Carmen Sample, and Madeline Woodley. Samori voted for Carol Salter, Carmen Sample, and Madeline Woodley. Finley voted for Carol Salter, Carmen Sample, and Madeline Woodley. Bagley voted for Ray Sanchez, Carmen Sample, Madeline Woodley. Coombs voted for Ray Sanchez, Carmen Sample, Madeline Woodley. Santos voted for Carol Salter, Carmen Sample, Madeline Woodley. Witt voted for Carol Salter, Carmen Sample, and Madeline Woodley. So Madeline Woodley, Carmen Sample, and Carol Salter received the 3 positions. HPC, you'll have to vote whatever it says on your ballot to vote for, and then I'll read off of that.
We don't have it.
We don't have a ballot.
Okay, that's why. We'll bring those back next week for you.
Okay.
Just missed it entirely.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Regarding the email request from Sean McCoy, I'd be more comfortable. I know he applied for museum in Parks and Rec, but we don't have an application for the historic pres. It would be, I don't want to give anybody any special treatment, whether you're a former council member or not. I would like to see an application. So, and that, you know, I'd actually like to see an application, but this one is already passed for this as well. So I would recommend that we can do this next week, but we can either vote for these 2 individuals and place them on the Historic Preservation Commission and reopen it up for applications, which at that time Sean McCoy can apply. So that would be my recommendation.
So I do have the communication that was in front of you. So the reason you don't have a ballot is because there are only 2 positions, but there's 2 people and 3 positions. So normally you've done that with a motion in the past.
So I guess I'll move that we appoint Elizabeth Record to the regular term ending 2015, and Sarah Barnes to the unexpired regular member 2014.
Okay, any further discussion? Let's vote on that. Okay, that passes 7-0. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would move that we reopen the alternate position for the Historic Preservation, re-advertise for the Historic Preservation Commission.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Levison.
Yes, I would make a recommendation that we have sort of a short line on this, only because one of the most important things the commissioners do is attend the State Historic Preservation Conference, which is coming up. It's usually the first or second week in February, and in order to get the best rate, we're going to have to get in there with our registration. So if we could have, you know, maybe end this, could we advertise and have it close the first part of January and get this done by our first regular meeting is January 10th? Can we get it back on the agenda that quickly?
We can do whatever you request us to. The shorter the time period, the fewer the applicants will get. We generally open it for a month, but we can do whatever you request us to.
Yeah, okay. Well, we have a pool of applicants already who applied for other things, so it might be that we, follow up with people that applied that said, there's some other warrants opening.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Valerie, the sooner the better.
We'll make it short.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion on that. I had one set of documents and a notebook, and they didn't match. So, next one is Longmont Area Visitors Association. You have 3 applicants, 1 term. So vote for 1. Bagley voted for direct expense. Levison for Alan Ranson. Santos for Wesley Jessup. Coombs for Wesley Jessup. Samori for Alan Ranson. Witt for Wesley Jessup. Finley for Wesley Jessup. That's so Wesley Jessup receives that with 4 votes. Okay, Library Advisory Board. 1 member, vote for 1. Okay, Councilmember Levison voted for Joan Peck. Santos for Ron Norman. Samori for Joan Peck. Finley for Ron Norman. Witt for Joan Peck. Coombs for Joan Peck. Bagley for Joan Peck. So that will be Joan Peck will get the library term ending 2016. Longmont Housing Authority, 1 member, 3 applicants.
Mayor.
Councilmember Samori.
Just a point of clarification on the lava board. Wesley Jessup never came to the interview. We never interviewed him. Can we still appoint him?
Yes,
Okay.
you can still appoint him. Okay. Samori voted for Chris Curtis. Bagley voted for Scott Robbins. Levison voted for Scott Robbins. Finley voted for Kim Johnson. Witt voted for Chris Curtis. Coombs voted for Chris Curtis. Santos voted for Kim Johnson. Okay, so Chris Curtis received 3 votes. The other 2 each received 2. Okay, Master Board of Appeals. We have 2 applicants and 3 members, so vote for 2. Okay. Master Board. Okay, Levison voted for Brett Eikenberry, Julie Emo. Bagley, Julie Emo, just 1. Santos voted for Brett Eikenberry and Kevin Miller. Coombs voted for Brett Eikenberry and Julie Emo. Witt voted for Brett Eikenberry and Julie Emo. Finley voted for Brett Eikenberry and Kevin Miller. Samori voted for Brett Eikenberry and Julie Emo. So Brett Eikenberry and Julie Emo will be the appointees to that. Museum Advisory Board, we have 3 openings and a number of applicants, so vote for 3.
Point of order. Mayor.
Councilmember Witt.
I have a question. How come Councilmember Bagley can not vote for 2 or not? I thought is it not in our rules that you can't abstain?
Councilmember Bagley.
Yes, the one time I did not vote is I didn't know either one of them. I can't remember the resumes. I couldn't find them. And a good part of a democracy is to be well informed before you vote. And so I didn't know either one of them, so I didn't vote. I wasn't abstaining. I don't know either one of them from Adam. So put a gun to my head, I'll vote. But that was it. That was the reason.
Coombs voted for Camelia Briggs, Ellen Hartman, and Susan Wise. Leviston voted for Camelia Briggs, Ellen Hartman, and Deborah Wetzbarger. Samori voted for Camelia Briggs, Ollie Duncan, and Susan Wise. Finley voted for Camelia Briggs, Ellen Hartman, and Susan Wise. Santos voted for Camelia Briggs, Ellen Hartman, and Susan Wise. Witt voted for Camelia Briggs, Ellen Hartman, and Susan Wise. Bagley voted for Camelia Briggs, Ellen Hartman, and Ron Norman. So Camelia Briggs, Ellen Hartman, Susan Wise got the most votes. Parks and Rec Advisory Board, 3 members. Number of applicants, vote for 3. Finley voted for Ricka Countius, Becky Richardson, and Jim Wardell. Samori voted for Ricka Countius, Becky Richardson, Sharon O'Leary. Bagley voted for... Oh, yeah, it is. Ricka Countius, Alicia Howell, and Sharon O'Leary. Levison voted for Michael Cooperman, Sharon O'Leary, and Jim Wardell. Coombs voted for Ricka Countius, Sharon O'Leary, and Jim Wardell. Santos voted for Ricka Countius, Becky Richardson, and Jim Wardell. Witt voted for Ricka Countius, Becky Richardson, and Sharon O'Leary. We have 3. So Ricka Countius received 6, Sharon O'Leary received 5. Then you have 2 applicants that each received 4, Rebecca Richardson and James Wardell. So if you would vote for one of those 2 individuals only, then we'll narrow it down. It's Sharon O'Leary or James Wardell. Oh, I'm sorry, Becky Richardson or James Wardell.
2 we're voting on? This is just between the last 2, the bottom 2.
That's your liaison. You're the liaison for
Levison voted for James Wardell. Coombs for, Sharon O'Leary is already on, so we need you to vote for Becky Richardson or James Wardell, one of the two. Samori voted for Becky Richardson. Witt voted for Becky Richardson. Levison voted for James Wardell. Santos for James Wardell. Finley for James Wardell. And Coombs for
James Wardell.
James Wardell? James Wardell got 5 votes. Okay. Planning and Zoning Commission, you have, let's just vote for 2 because 2 of them are regular members and then 1 is an alternate. Please cross out Joel Danforth before you mark your ballot because you've already appointed him to a board. And vote for 2. We'll vote for the alternate after. Coombs voted for Peter Carey and Paula Pierce. Bagley for Paula Pierce and Melinda Yale. Samori for Paula Pierce and Melinda Yale. Finley for Paula Pierce and Melinda Yale. Witt for Paula Pierce and Melinda Yale. Levison for Peter Carey and Paula Pierce. Santos for Paula Pierce and Melinda Yale. So Paula Pierce and Melinda Yale will receive the regular terms. I'll give the shorter term to the one with the least votes. And now I need you to vote for one of the remaining for the alternate. Oh, you had just appointed one of the alternates to it? Yes. Okay, yes, then you'll need to vote for 2 of the remaining for alternates.
Wow, so that, think about that one then. Okay.
Okay, for alternate positions, we have Joel Champion, and, I'm sorry, this is Bagley. Joel Champion and Brian Hansen. Coombs voted for Brian Hansen and Joshua Goldberg. Samori voted for Joel Champion and Joshua Goldberg. Finley for Joel Champion and Joshua Goldberg. Witt for Joel Champion, Joshua Goldberg. Levison for Peter Carey and Brian Hansen. Santos for Joel Champion and Joshua Goldberg. Those will be the alternates to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So. Okay. Moving on to Senior Advisory Board, we have 3 openings. If you'll vote for 3 of those individuals. Senior Advisory Board, Levison voted for Arlene, Suzanne, and Robert. I'm using first names because I can't pronounce some of these last names, I'm sorry. Okay, Coombs voted for Arlene, Susan, and Brenda. Santos voted for Arlene, Suzanne, and Brenda. Bagley voted for Arlene, Suzanne, and Brenda. Witt voted for Arlene, Suzanne, and Brenda. Finley voted for Arlene, Suzanne, and Brenda. And Samori voted for Arlene, Suzanne, and Brenda. Okay, Suzanne, Brenda, and Arlene will be on the Senior Advisory Board. Transportation Advisory Board, you have 2 members, terms ending 2014. Please cross off Joel Danforth's name before you. Okay, Witt voted for Robert Lee and Prudence Larson. Finley for Prudence Larson and Matthew Wood. Samori for Robert Lee and Prudence Larson. Bagley for Robert Lee and Prudence Larson. Coombs for Robert Lee and Prudence Larson. Levison for Prudence Larson and Matthew Wood. And Santos for Robert Lee and Prudence Larson. Prudence Larson and Robert Lee. Finally, for the Water Board.
Councilman Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I know we directed staff to expand the transportation boards. I would like to move that we retain those people that weren't selected for those 2 positions.
Not reopen the position.
Not reopen it.
Yeah. I'll second that. Let's vote on that. That passes 7-0.
Thanks. And we will notify these folks and let them know that that's what we're doing. It'll probably be the first meeting in February because we have to adopt the ordinance first. Water Advisory Board, vote for 2 of the 3. Okay, Bagley, Linda Champion, and Brian Jeffries, Levison, David Swenson, Samori, Brian Jeffries, and David Swenson, Finley, Brian Jeffries, and David Swenson, Witt, Brian Jeffries, and David Swenson, Coombs, Brian Jeffries, David Swenson, Santos, Linda Champion, and Brian Jeffries. So we have Brian Jeffries has 6 votes, and we'll get the 2016 term. David Swenson has 5. We'll get the 2012 term. And we're done for tonight. Thank you very much.
Wow. This is final call for public invited to be heard.
Okay. Strider Benston, 951 West 17th Avenue. Well, I've been in the trenches all my life. I shouldn't be surprised at how deep they are now. I would like to point out a couple of things that are immediately pertinent to the survival of our country and what many of us either think or hope to be a democracy. There are only 2 industries that are explicitly mentioned in the Constitution of the United States of America. One is the press, whose freedoms are to be protected. And we see that that gets chancy at times. The other, and I quote Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 7, Congress shall have the power to establish post offices and post roads. And as we see, dating back to 2006, when there was a mandate put upon the post office to fund its pensions 75 years in advance for the explicit purpose to destroy the post office. And we see towns like Ward, which may dry up if they lose their post office. But the basic point behind it is that there are certain interests who do intend to steal the 600,000 vehicle fleet of the United States Postal Service, put it in their private pocket, and sell whatever services they can get for the highest price. The other point, didn't know I'd spoken for almost 3 minutes. Section 9, Article 1, Section 9, Paragraph 2 and 3. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended. Paragraph 3, no bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. Congress just passed a bill of attainder today, and they're going to vote on the total package tomorrow, which gives the military the right to arrest anyone at any time in any place for any reason, without trial, without termination of the time necessary to bring forth, without evidence, without a jury, without anything. It is a complete, absolute abrogation of the Constitution of the United States. If this is not overturned, we will no longer have a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Strider. So, Mayor, are there any council comments at this time? Council Member Samari.
Just to extend the meeting by a couple more minutes for Councilman Bagley. We have 2 birthdays to celebrate. Karen, you're safe. We got Brad Powers next week, or the 19th. And last year he skipped out on us, so we're celebrating it early. And our own Katie Witt this week, right? So join me in singing happy birthday to them.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to you.
Many more.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all of the staff and members of the public and everybody who helped and participated in either working it or being a member of the audience for all the events last weekend. I think we had 74 entrants into the parade, which was fantastic. And the weather cooperated and it was excellent. So I just want to thank everybody for bringing such a great, joyous spirit to town. And the other thing I'd like to call council members' attention to is a letter from El Comité, where they've approached us to ask for some of our council contingency funds. I had the opportunity to peek in. I'm the council liaison to El Comité, and I was sitting in the office a couple of weeks ago and noticing kind of the poor conditions of and I think they've come up with an itemized list that reflects some of the ongoing maintenance issues, and I think that it's admirable that they have a cadre of skilled volunteers who are willing to donate so much labor to help offset the request for the funds that they're asking for from City Council contingency funds. So I would like to move. It is on next week's agenda? Okay. I didn't have a chance to look at the agenda. You have it, Councilmember Santos. So I just want to express a bit of support for this proposal because it is an organization that serves a lot of people, and it speaks to the respect and dignity of the clients they serve to have a facility that looks a little bit brighter when you walk in and a little more spiffy. So I hope that people consider this request very seriously.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I especially wanted to thank Longmont Power and Communications for the loan of the bucket truck and all the help for decorating it, putting all those lights on. And we had a great turnout of council members to help decorate the float, both on Friday and Saturday. People came and helped decorate, so really appreciate that. And we just had a really good time. I think at one point all of us were singing, so it was good. So thanks all council members, and especially thank you to LPC.
Hey, well, I would like to just say thanks to all the board members that applied for, or all the people that applied for these boards. It was some really, really tough decisions. There were so many talented, well-qualified people. It was just a really hard decision because sometimes we were split in two groups and we didn't get to interview everybody. I mean, I really struggled. I put a lot of time into this. Anyway, I want to basically thank all the people that did apply, and I don't want them to be discouraged if they weren't chosen. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would really like for us to look at the way we appoint boards and commissions, and not the way, but the fact that we didn't get to interview everyone. That for me was very hard, and then we're not supposed to discuss it either, which also makes it difficult. So I would like to have a discussion at some time about how we go about that.
I agree. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you. Just could be because I don't have my blankie, but I just kind of feel, I don't know, bitter. I wasn't satisfied with the process. Half the people I voted for, I was forced to vote for because I didn't interview them. I read a resume, and I just want to reiterate that that's terrible government. Terrible.
City Manager, do you have any additional remarks?
Mayor, I'd like to have Dale Rademacher come down and just talk a little bit about your agenda for next week and involving some of the information that you were provided by speakers tonight.
Mayor Coombs and members of council, Dale Rademacher, Director of Public Works and Natural Resources. Just real briefly, you have a large packet next week on the oil and gas exploration and development issues. A couple of items that I want to point out that are in your packet, and a couple that you heard tonight from the public, in public invited to be heard. First one is that we did include the information from the University of Colorado Natural Resources Law Center that identified the compilation of regulations from a variety of counties and cities throughout the state. I believe Ms. Bassman had pointed that out, and we were able to get that in the packet. We were also able to get into the packet the information that Mr. Porzak also supplied to you, and that is several hundred pages. And what we had given you is a link to that information as opposed to Valerie killing more trees to get you that stuff. So just FYI, that's in your packet as well. And there is a couple of points that I do want to point out on that, is that the well that is in question is the Ryder well. That's on the private property north of Trail Ridge School. That property and well was acquired by Top Operating from Calvin Petroleum, who completed the well back in 1980. And at that time, they were using open pit technology for the disposal of produced water. So Top inherited it. It wasn't work that Top itself did. They have taken quite a while to get it remediated, but they are following the direction of the order that the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission gave them. You'll see all that information, but I wanted to direct that to your attention. Also want to let you know that we are giving you a copy of a limited site investigation that the city did when we acquired the Bogot and Sherwood properties at the end of 2010. As part of doing that, we did a phase 1 environmental audit that around 2 of the wells in 2 separate boring holes, we did encounter material that was above the standard. And again, we're working with both the operator and the gas commission to remediate those issues. We think they're minor in nature, but again, we want you, and we've given you the entire report. The first few pages are the executive summary that if you can get through those, that will give you the essence of that report. And then lastly, just to report that the Oil and Gas Commission today did unanimously adopt new rules for the state of Colorado to require oil and gas operators to disclose all the chemicals used in fracking. Governor Hickenlooper described it as a rule that will likely become a model for other states, and that it represents a compromise between the environmental community, oil and gas, and the regulatory agencies. So that's as brief as I can, and if you have any questions, I can respond. Otherwise, we'll see you next week with that.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a notation that it appears on our council calendar that January 10th was the day that we were going to choose for open forum. Having subsequent discussions with the city manager, his suggestion was that we have it on the 17th, which would be a study session. And I just wanted to make sure that we were clear around that information, because I think I saw something in the information section of our packet, maybe somewhere I saw something. And I just want to make sure that we are going to do it on the 17th.
Mayor, that is correct. That's what you gave us direction last week, and if it is someplace, it's probably because that packet was already in process prior to.
So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Councilmember, go ahead.
One more thing. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. The calendar needs to reflect the new boards and commissions that we're assigned to. I'm still listed as planning and zoning, so thank you.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, again, that calendar was put out last Tuesday, and so we're still in the process of making all those changes. We will make sure that we have a brand new one for you very soon. There should be one on your desk for tonight for next week, but those changes may not be completely reflected, so we'll make sure that they are.
Thank you.
And Mayor, the final comment is, after hearing council comments, we will be exploring next year the option of having 2 days of interviews for your potential board and commission members, and if you choose to do it that way, then you'll have a chance to do everybody.
Thank you. City Attorney, any remarks?
No comment, Mayor.
This meeting is now adjourned.